Bingo. Awesome. All right. So we're live. MA. Okay, so let's grab Narza's icon, Torden, and McKean. And then I can just copy your icons over. Let's grab Swain. Perfect. All right. So, does everyone remember what happened last time?
I believe Torden had just crushed the conduit's skull,
Indeed.
from what I remember.
100 and 100, and then board color. Is it backdrop color or board color? Yeah, it's not backdrop, it's board color. Boom, boom, boom. Save. Our dimensions take a while to load. Okay, that's cool. Perfect. Okay. And then I'll move y'all there, and then I'll call this Island 4. Alright. So, last time, your party had just fought the conduit. Give me a second. Oh my gosh. Anyway, so last time what happened is the party grouped up and fought the conduit and killed him. There was a minor, well, not minor, it's more like about a month, but time skip after the party kind of worked together to kind of grab the few materials they need. There wasn't much of a ceremony of leaving, it was more so the party just needed to get their stuff together to make the journey to the next island. Uh, but I'll go into a little bit of detail of what kind of happens. Uh, on the finale, we left off where the party had just killed the conduit, and Tord needed a little bit of time to just kind of meditate, I'd say, and help with the church a little bit. Just kind of off screen with everyone. I didn't run this, but just basically what's going to have happened. I'm just running this as like a mini time skip. Uh, there wasn't a lot left to do on the island beyond just a funeral for the fallen who died due to the conduit in the church. And eventually, Torden will take the trial officially, but currently they need to focus more on rebuilding the church and fixing things. The conduit obviously fully excommunicated after he got murdered because he murdered a bunch of people. And Swain just kind of helped with a little bit of the rebuild with the rest of the party. I assume most of the crew would have helped with some of the rebuild, but not like too much, as you guys need to kind of focus on your own kind of journey. I think the two cardinals that were still alive would have given you guys like some just simple supplies and like good letters of recommendation that you guys are good people and that you helped stop an evil man from taking over the church. So I would say your party would have gotten a letter of recommendation or something along those lines, basically saying that you guys are good individuals and might, come up in use this island. That you guys are going around helping people. Um, awesome. I'm gonna pin that real quick. Um, so basically, every island's about a month away, give or take. I'd say like it's monthly. So all the debts of anything, all the salaries have been paid off. And sorry, I feel like I'm describing things really weird right now.
It's cool.
Yeah. So, this is not nearly as the epic adventure into the fourth island as I planned, but basically, you guys set sail from the Adra chain, and hold on, give me a second. You want to have all right. So it's been about 3 weeks on the boat. Your guys are getting close to McKeem's home. Uh, the waters are no longer nearly as rocky and wavy as was in the Audra Chain's harsh climate. The Audra Chains are one of the harshest climates in the outer rings due to the lightning and rocky waters in the kind of archipelago style kind of chain. But as you guys begin to approach Northside, McKeem's home, you notice that some of the crew is a little bit kind of worried that the island has close ties with the world government and is one of the major powerhouses of the outer rings. And mind you, the outer rings are the first three rings of the world, kind of like in a whirlwind spiral. I always just try to preface this when I mention that. So it's a very well known island with a deep history to why it's been split into. Um, Layla on the boat would probably be bringing it up at some point on the way that there was about 1,000 years ago, the island was split into by a man, but she hasn't really gone too much into detail on the history yet. But eventually, probably she will. McKean would know a little bit more about it since he was an officer and would have probably mentioned this in passing that North Side and South Face had a massive civil war about 1,000 years ago, and going off the fact that it got split in two, North Side has a much more temperate climate that is far more not tropical per se, but more it's humid enough that it has very good agriculture. So there's a lot of like wheat fields and like tropical trees and stuff. It's a very bizarre climate that has been rumored to have been caused by the 1,000 year cataclysm on it. Because South Face, sorry, it's South Face is more of a like winter style wasteland due to the 1,000 year cataclysm ripping the mana from the land. So it's a far colder, kind of almost complete opposite of the north, where it has very lush fields versus the very cold, frozen wasteland. And they were once one, but due to the Civil War, they've basically become two different nations and basically hate each other. So this is just like some basic info you would have like picked up on the boat heading there. And where we're going to be starting the session off at is you guys begin to see Northside appear in front of you from the horizon. And Makeem, would you have like a Northside flag on your boat or anything like prepared?
No, I would just have my symbol on my crest or whatever on my armor and shit, and that's it. I wouldn't have one for the boat.
Okay, you wouldn't have
'Cause,
like tried to like assemble one beforehand or gotten one commissioned.
no, we did it in the previous islands and stuff. I didn't really give it much thought till now.
Okay. Okay. So I mean, you still have like identification on you of you, but
Yeah, of course. The crest and shit like that is pretty much everything.
okay. So as you guys kind of head up to the island, just seeing a pirate flag kind of puts them very on arms, and
Well, we do not have a pirate flag anymore. We took that down.
I that's what I was trying to ask. So
I saw where that was going, and I'm like, "Eh, he knows best. Hopefully,
what
out of
kind of
character, Torton just gets very, very excited.
Torn's like, yes, we can go fight. Well, uh, but what kind of flag are you guys currently flying right now? Damn. Uh, oh, this. Oh,
The one that we talked about, like the Inquisitor things or whatever.
I'm trying to remember. It was a while back.
I don't really remember.
All right. I'll just say that you guys are just flying like a neutral flag right now. So as you guys kind of head
How
in,
about that one?
huh? Which one?
I put it in Game Night Fate Core.
Okay. Yeah, you're totally flying a Jolly Roger, but it's a white flag, so it's a white flag with a Jolly Roger. It's fine.
Yeah, it's an inverted one. That means we're here to take their stuff and maybe give something back if they're nice.
Yeah. So you guys sail in, and they're just kind of confused at first of seeing an unmarked ship, and as you guys kind of pull into the harbor, you see some guards kind of off put at first, as most of the crew is, pirates and stuff, and you have, Daniela Cueva, the demon lady, just kind of chilling on the deck. So looks very, very, very suspicious with a chaotic kobold running around, um, a man made of armor. Uh, Actually, no, Halgor's on the other island. Never mind, Halgor's not there. Um, man,
I thought you were
man with
describing
legs cut
Torton for a
off.
second, which isn't far off.
Yeah, I mean, you're close enough to that description. So very peculiar individuals. And Nancy's just chilling on the boat, doing whatever, talking to the doll, and Maggot's just reading his unholy Bible. So
And you have a goblin messing with cannons. This is just a great look in first impression.
exactly. So they're kind of wary of the party right now. They're kind of like holding their firearms ready. They look to be a little bit better than just flintlocks, but it's still just basically your standard issued military firearm. There's about like 10 guards, so like basically like a little bit bigger than a normal squadron, and then a lieutenant or something. Not lieutenant. Yeah, I'd say a lieutenant would probably be running that. Is just kind of like approaching the boat and kind of raises his hand and kind of halts you guys from docking, and he says, "Hello, welcome to Northside. State your business." It's very kind of matter of fact and not really sure how to respond to seeing a very kind of unsavory crew in his eyes.
Hmm. Uh, Hello. Uh, we're travelers. We decided to a very big ship of travelers.
He's just kind of looking at you and the rest of the crew.
Okay, Jordan's gonna have to speak up, mostly so we don't get ourselves killed immediately.
I'm just coughing because I'm like, Hakeem.
If he doesn't respond, I have something that'll probably at least make us not get murdered on sight.
Okay.
I'm just being trying to not expose
Hello,
them to pirates,
we've
by the
come from
way.
another island very recently. I was wondering if we might do a little bit of business and trade upon your island. We just came here from the chain of Aurora, and we could very much use more supplies. I was wondering if you might accommodate us for at least a day or two.
He looks up and down at you
Y-
guys, and he kind of sends a couple of his squad members away after kind of nodding to them and kind of making like a signal with his hand. And about 5 of the squad members leave. And looking back at you, Torden, he and Narza, he goes, I will have to talk to my superiors as it appears you have pirates in your crew. As he kind of looks at like the majority of the crew being pirates and stuff. But he doesn't really know how to gauge you very well because the two of you seem, upstanding for the most part. He's a little wary of, Torden due to his, size and stuff, but it's less of a fear, it's more of a don't really see a lot of Goliaths around this part, especially ones with, multiple limbs removed.
Only two? Come on now, I'm still halfway a person.
Yeah. So he's a little bit intimidated by your stature, but he's not really feeling threatened. It's just more that he's just like kind of interesting. The rest of the crew's just appearing to be on their best behavior as they are ex-pirates, with a lot of them having warrants and wanted posters. So most of the crew is just like swabbing the deck and smiling and trying not to get shot, basically. For their many various war crimes that they've committed.
Can I say one more thing to try? I think this might be a deception.
Um, Depending on what it is, I might make you roll. If not, I'm not gonna.
Oh, and our other friends on board who look to be a little more unsavory. We are actually sanctioned privateers. Which, if I remember correctly, we did try to do. I don't know if it ever happened, though.
You guys were talking about trying to do it once you got to this island. That was gonna be more of a once you guys kind of get established, you guys were gonna try to kind of see if McKeem's influence could get you guys moved into being privateers. But
That's what I was remembering. Okay.
yeah, but you do
Can I
have
rephrase what I
yeah,
said then and
yeah,
say that we're trying to become privateers and would like to be, or and would potentially like to, sorry, I'll do this actually in
yeah, okay,
character. So backtrack 2 seconds. My bad. I couldn't
yeah.
remember, so I thought
No,
we
no,
did
no,
it, but
no.
we didn't.
That's why you're asking.
Um,
I'm not gonna like dock you or anything over it.
Also, one other thing is I know that we do have some unsavory elements aboard our ship, and I was wondering if we might also lend our services and perhaps a mark so that maybe we may become privateers specifically for your waters in general.
The lieutenant kind of looks at you, and he looks at kind of the rest of the crew, and he's a little wary still, but he just nods and he says, "That's more out of my domain of control and influence, but I could see about it. If you want to come onto the island, we'll be a little hesitant for now until we get a proper background check on most of your crew members, but I'm not seeing anything about a specific wanted poster for you right now." As he's kind of looking around and kind of like looking at kind of like the wanted list. You guys aren't like really high on it, so it's going to take kind of a while for him to kind of notice you're kind of seeing on the list, because you were kind of sent out as wanted posters at some point from the first island. So you would be aware of this as being a problem, but currently right now, since he's just a basic lieutenant, he's not really that informed on who is who. It's just more of, just a heads up, there's some people who blew up a king in the first island. So
Oh, Torton isn't worried about that.
yeah. So that's the only thing you're gonna have to kind of worry about on this island, is if people start kind of looking into like your guys' past right now. Um, that's about it. But that's also why you do have that recommendation, is so things will be.
Is that the kind of drip they're wearing? I was just trying to get my mental image.
Oh my god, that is funny. I love that. That would have been more like Blackbeard. The rest of the pirates and people would have more like 2 revolvers and a basic like firearm and like maybe like a sword.
Okay.
Because like main characters, I don't worry about reload mechanics, but like everyone else in the world has to worry about reload mechanics because plot and speeding up combat. So yeah, basically most of the pirate members have like 2 pistols for like quick firing and then like short range. They have like a standard firearm and a basic saber basically. And that's mostly how the low tier fighters are on it, but they're a little more like prestigious with their uniform. It's less piratey and obviously more like privateer sailor style, where it's like 2 pistols on like their left side and a saber underneath it, and then a standard issue rifle kind of like around their back. So kind of think like a red coat almost, but a little more piratey.
Okay. So you're telling me I can't have that drip later. Got it.
You can if you want.
I'm sorry, I'm just messing with you.
Yeah.
I'm messing with you on that one. Just trying to make you
Bro,
smile while we're doing this.
dude, I'm perfectly fine with however drippy. Dude, y'all are gonna eventually run into like freaking samurais and stuff, dude. Like this is a weird world. Yeah. But you do notice the ethnicity of
Samurai
this island.
and the Wild West happened at the same time, so
Yeah, no, literally. Knights, samurai, pirates, Indians, like Native Americans and stuff, like all this stuff happens around the same time in history. It's really funny that people are like, well, pirates versus Vikings versus samurai can't happen. Yes, it can. Look at history timelines. Plus, it's also a fake world, so all that stuff's going on at once. So, they let you on the island. They finally notice McKeem, wink wink, nudge nudge. Does he have your insignia, you know?
Get my insignia, hold my insignia out and dab up some of the people and be like, "What's up, Ronnie? How you been? I
Um
know you guys haven't seen me in a minute. How's the rest of everybody? How's the crew?"
I mean this is just a random lieutenant, but he would just notice your insignia, dude.
I mean, it's a random lieutenant. There's not a lot of random lieutenants running around.
Dude, you have a dude. Remember, your island's like a major military. Like, there's gonna be like hundreds of lieutenants.
But that's true.
Yeah, lieutenant's literally the first rank of officers.
Oh, okay. Well, then fuck it.
Yeah.
oh, I thought they were Navy. I thought that was an 03. I was like, oh, my bad.
I mean, I guess I could go off Navy rankings. I don't know. I just like the. I'm basic as fuck. I always think like Army, Air Force rankings, not like Navy. Honestly, actually, that would probably make more sense because it's like a world where like Marines and Navy mostly versus just the land army. You know what? I'm gonna actually make that change. I'm gonna actually try to follow what would make more sense. I'm pulling up Navy ranks.
An L3 or a lieutenant is a 03.
All right, Navy is okay. This is E. I need O, not warrants. Here we go. Ensign,
An
Lieutenant
ensign,
Junior. Oh, okay, that's cool.
yeah. So they're all the same symbols. It's just name differences.
Yeah. Ensign is an 01? I thought Ensign was like a freaking
Flag.
I thought Ensign was like an E1. Oh,
No,
Seaman
that's
recruit,
a.
Seaman apprentice, Seaman petty officer third, petty. Oh, okay. Yeah, I've never looked into Navy
Yeah,
officer rankings.
Navy and Coast Guard ranks are super easy because it's legitimately, what are you? Oh, I'm petty officer. Oh, I'm a chief.
Yeah, I'm used to second lieutenant, first lieutenant, captain, major, lieutenant colonel. I'm weird. I love the name Colonel. That's the one. I'm not gonna lie. That's one of the reasons why I only want to join like Air Force is because I want to be called a colonel. Not that commander isn't freaking badass. Anyway, besides the point. I literally have defense.gov.com loaded or defense.gov loaded up, and I have all the ranks. So,
It's okay. I knew a sergeant named Major, and it was very, very confusing for a lot of people.
Bro, this freaking rack of flintlocks that you just DM'd me last month goes hard. Dang.
I
alrighty.
thought you'd like it.
Yeah.
So he
Alright,
would
cool.
be more like a lieutenant junior grade. So he'd be like an 02 is who you're talking to. A lieutenant like 03 would be more like Hakeem or Makeem, sorry, in game. Get the point. He's more like an 03. You're talking to like an 02 or like kind of like a 01 kind of going into 02 basically.
So we can bully him. Got it.
Makeem can bully him. You would get your head cut off.
Bold of you to assume that I wouldn't know how to bully an officer.
You know how to bully an officer efficiently without getting in trouble.
Yes.
I'm gonna bully him on Weissman's behalf. I'm like, hey Bookie, you wanna sign my freaking shoes? I've been kinda scuffed lately. And while you're doing that, shine up everybody else's shoes that come off my ship. Get to it, lackey.
He kind of looks at you a little confused and is just
I can
like,
flex my rank over him for him to stop looking at me confused and hop to it.
uh, that's not an official military order. He's not gonna shine your shoes. But he kind of leaves you alone right now.
It's not an official military order. I'm gonna stop him right there. I'm gonna be like, I command you to shine my freaking shoes right now, Lieutenant. Hop to it.
He looks at you and says, I'm not a lieutenant, I'm a junior lieutenant. Learn. And leaves.
Isn't that he's lower ranked than I am? What the
Yeah,
freak?
but you're being rude to him and he's not gonna freaking put up with it. You're telling him to shine your shoes.
Yeah,
He
let's
he
just
he,
pretend
he
that
just
that
kind of
ain't
looks at you and he starts kind of flipping through his papers again. And just
I'm
makes
gonna
a
look at his badge.
remark.
I'm gonna look at his badge number and his name and be like, okay, yeah, I got you.
Uh-huh. Okay.
Lieutenant, Junior Lieutenant Scruffton, got you, Lieutenant.
Yeah.
Scruffton, right? That's your name, Scruffton. Ugh. I bet your parents didn't like you when they named you that. Scruffton.
Yeah. I mean, are you really gonna do this? I'm being honest. Are you really gonna do this with Lieutenant or whatever junior grade lieutenant?
Oh, it's fine. I'm gonna just
Lieutenant junior grade. I don't know why it's
I'm
driving me
gonna
up the wall.
I'm just gonna randomly call out another officer's name that I know that's of a little bit higher rank, and that probably is going over him. That's running the docks. Let me see if I can't find your captain around here somewhere. Let's see, Captain.
The key. Okay, go for it, Makeem.
That. Jordan's
So
gonna start walking back below decks.
okay.
You're on your own on that one.
All right, so you call over a guy that's at your rank. I'm gonna pull up Navy officer names. Generator.
Falcon. First name Blue.
Falcon.
That's
Falcon. All right, I'm gonna name him Lieutenant 03 Lieutenant Falcon. You get his name from the officer. So Lieutenant Falcon comes over, though, with a clipboard and the 5 soldiers that he sent away.
Captain
And
Falcon, is it?
Lieutenant Falcon, he's the same rank as you.
I'm gonna give him a little salute and stuff and everything.
You understand where this is going.
I don't understand where this crap is going, but we're gonna
uh,
find out.
so Lieutenant Falcon shows up and he looks at you and he says, "Hello, McKean." And he kind of
Yes.
starts flipping through. He starts flipping through papers as he's
All
kind of
right.
looking at you.
So, you remember me, right? It's been a while since I've been on an island. Why didn't you teach any of your subordinates any type of respect?
He looks at his subordinate Scrifton and he just says, "You were asking him to. You were telling him to shine your shoes. I get it.
The reason why I'm calling
I get hazing your own recruits, but this is kind of my jurisdiction."
that's perfectly fine. I'm not trying to overreach your jurisdiction, but this could have been avoided if you would address me as that he was, and just address me as sir. I didn't even hear that come from his lips, so I felt disrespected personally. That your subordinates don't know how to address rank.
He looks at Scrufton and just kind of sends him away, and he's like, "I'm sorry about that, but you were also being rude to one of my subordinates, and I do not appreciate that."
Okay, so how do you want to sell this?
Well, he kind of looks through his papers and he looks at your boat and he looks at Torden and he looks at you and he says, "Well, we actually have an arrest warrant for you."
Are you certain about that?
He starts pulling up the warrant for everyone in the crew's arrest due to the first island explosion of the King's Chamber.
I'm gonna kindly clear my throat. I'm gonna call up Despera and stuff to speak on behalf of our case. Okay, there was a certain coup that went on in that island, and a lot of those government officials were working in within that coup to sell and overthrow the Despera company.
He just kind of like raises his hand. He's like, "That's not for me to judge. I just have a warrant. I'm gonna have to like MP you and bring you in specifically into military police, and the rest of your crew is gonna have to go to the courtroom or into the cells."
Kangaroo court, man.
Kangaroo
Even if we did get the evidence, we would have gone to jail anyway.
Yeah, he
I
was
just
already working through papers. He already had it out on us.
I mean, I was gonna give y'all a chance not to go down this route because I was saying the lieutenant didn't know, but then you signaled an officer who would actually be in charge of making sure people are coming into the court, into the town and stuff.
We could have definitely got
You
caught by
pulled
those.
out his thing. You pulled a freaking captain, basically, your rank, who has the authority to arrest you, and would actually know about the warrants.
Okay, but does he actually have the authority to arrest me though?
Yeah, he does.
Hmm.
You're technically under military police warrants. You're gonna get pulled in to the MPs.
Okay, we don't even exist in the same jurisdiction as them though. Totally different
You're a
kingdom.
You're a Northside officer.
Uh huh.
He can MP you at any moment if you have a warrant for it.
Okay.
Okay.
The rest of your crew is gonna just go into the basic jail right now, except Despera and I think it was, hold on. So Despera wasn't there. Loki's character wasn't there, and Dawn's character wasn't there. Actually, I think Dawn would
So
probably get thrown in jail because they probably have a warrant for something.
yeah, I mean the person eats people.
So yeah, basically the
Mhm.
majority of your crew just kind of gets like starts getting put in handcuffs as like 10 or 15 other guards come by to
Oh
bring
my
out the
god.
warrants and stuff. Bro, I was literally gonna give you a chance not to have it happen this way so you could go talk to the military officers first instead of it being an arrest.
Oh my god. But he's not even a military freaking officer. He just a guy that's just there.
Who's just a military who's not a military officer?
The guy that's arresting us right now.
He is a military officer. He's the same rank as you.
He's a military officer, then so why the frick doesn't he not know what's going on then?
Scruffton? He's
No, not Scruffy, his captain. The guy over
Lieutenant
him.
Falcon? Yeah,
Yeah.
he knows what's going on. He's arresting you. He's MPing you. He's bringing up the other officers to take you away.
I'd have beat all
I
these people.
chose the right name for this guy, Blue Falcon.
Yeah, Blue Falcon.
His name should have been Blue Balls.
Yeah. So basically, your party
Also, like,
is
I'd also like to bring up that
that what?
I like to bring up that that we were framed.
Yeah, we were friends. That's what I was trying to bring up to him. He's like,
Uh,
I'm not the one to judge that.
uh,
Not arresting
Bro,
people.
that's for the courts and the main MPs to decide.
All right, well, I'm just gonna be mum's the word for this moment on. Just listen to what's gonna go down. I'm gonna mute for a second, but I'm still
Okay.
gonna be here.
Okay. So, since he's muted, I'm gonna handle your guys' party first. Y'all are gonna kind of get taken away. They're not like being too rough with you, but they're being a little bit rougher with you than McKean because he's an officer of the island. You guys kind of start getting shuttled, not like in a car, but just basically walked to the main cells.
Oh shit! I
What?
just now realized that.
That
Well,
what?
you know, Torton wouldn't let that happen. He would not be like, "Oh yeah, you can manhandle me."
Yeah,
He would
that's
probably
that's
rip
the
his arm
problem.
immediately away.
That's what I'm
Like
saying.
he
It's a
wouldn't be
problem.
disrespectful because he probably would be like pull. He would probably pull his arm away and then look and be like, "I can walk myself."
Um, I think you'd be intimidating enough that they'd allow that. But there'd probably be a
It's
couple
not
extra
like
guards
he would be
watching you.
like, yeah. But the thing is I'm not sure if he'd be able to walk with somebody legitimately holding his arm because of him having a fake leg. That's the other reason.
Yeah. The rest of the party is like average size, so they're getting walked in like a train line, and the rest of you're just getting walked with like a couple guns pointed at you, and are just like, walk with the line, don't run, basically. They're kind of a little bit wary because they know that you could easily crush their skulls, basically.
What? Me? Run?
You're just you're you're just you're
No.
just you're just a, you're just a silly little guy who's just 3 times as big as everyone else on the island.
I don't run unless it's towards people.
So as you guys are kind of taken to the cells, you kind of lose sight of McKean as he is taken to the military prison versus you guys just taken to the basic booking. They're crew members that you guys kind of know a little bit, but don't really know very well. They're just basic crewmates. They're all screaming and complaining about, oh my god, it was only one family, bro. It was just my job. She shouldn't have been there. These people are not very good individuals. We'll say most of the crew members have done some war crimes. So they're
Geneva suggestions.
Geneva suggestions, yeah. Then it gets to Narza. Would you like to be first booked, or would you rather have Blacksmith get booked first?
I'd like to point out that I like to point out that I was not directly involved in what happened on the first island.
The booking officer just looks at you, looks down at the warrant, and just kind of points at it and says, attempted assassination of king and destruction of government property, and just starts pulling out just like every single freaking list of the book, and they just say, "Sure, buddy."
Okay, okay, to be fair, some- someone set off an explosive that destroyed the courtroom and, and really hurt the king. We we had no idea that it'd do that.
They the booking officer just looks at you and is just like, "Uh huh," says every terrorist.
I'm not a terrorist.
You just see the rest of their crew members just like getting strip searched and everything as they're just getting loaded into their cells. They pull out like a bag or whatever for like your basic like equipment, like your armor, your weapons and stuff. They'll be like, once you're due processed and get put in front of a judge, we'll hand things back if you guys are supposedly free and not terrorists. So they start trying to collect your equipment in Narza. How
Then
how how how
everything
would how would you
like,
respond?
except the bloody.
Hmm?
Give them everything except the bloody edge, which refuses to leave my hand or my sheath.
Mm, you're just gonna outright refuse to hand it to him, or are you gonna like try to like hide it with like a stealth check or sleight of hand and say that you don't have any weapons with you, and just hand him like a false weapon?
Um, I mean, I could tell the truth and say that it's sort of symbiotically attached to me, and it'll probably
Uh,
just find its way back.
uh, it's up to you how you want to handle your artifact weapon.
Eh,
'Cause they're going to be trying to take it from you because they're not gonna let you go into a jail cell with a weapon. I'm trying to say, do you want to roll a sleight of hand or stealth check to try to hide it through booking because you're a rogue and see if you can
Yes,
get it
I.
through? Okay, roll me a sleight of hand or a stealth or both actually.
Okay, sleight of hand. Sleight of hand, I got a nat 1 plus a 7, but for stealth, I got
you
23.
got a nat one. Okay, so you stealthily move the sword behind you, but instead of it like trying to put it like somewhere that would be hidden or like trying to stash it somewhere, um you've watched one too many prison books and tried to slide the sword where nothing shines instead of trying to hide
The
it in the
prison
wall.
pocket.
Yeah, the prison pocket. And then you remember it's a sharp weapon. You take 1 point of damage and are bleeding a little bit. As the guard just wonders why you're bleeding, but
I,
then takes your weapon.
I hurt myself while I was coming off the ship.
He just notices a little shit stain on the sword and is really confused because you were really stealthy about trying to slide it somewhere, just you picked the wrong spot. So he's not he doesn't think you tried to hide the weapon, so he's not like very suspicious on that. He just knows that you magically your butt's cut a bit.
Okay.
So so he takes the bloody edge from you and puts it in kind of like a special box. So,
Well, I think what looks like the bloody edge anyway.
Well, there is
it
blood
is
on it.
it is the bloody edge. He's taking the weapon from you for booking. You stealthily slid the weapon away from him, but then failed to like actually properly conceal it and hide it with a sleight of hand check. Because you got the nat 1.
Okay.
So he takes the bloody edge from you and he just kind of pushes you on through booking, and you're kind of like meet a cell. So, Torn, you're booked next.
Okay.
The guy looks at you and
Okay.
And
okay. Yeah,
what?
no. So he looks at Torden and he goes, I'm gonna need to search you.
He
So
doesn't say anything. He just looks at him, and you just have this. The guard just gets a feeling of, I'm not sure if I want to do this.
the guard starts getting up on like a step stool and just starts kind of like patting you down with like sticks to like search for any hidden weapons, and the only weapon he finds is your son of Mjolnir, and he's like, I'm gonna need to put that in a box.
Would you really deprive me of my religion?
He looks at
Just
you
to
and he says, it's a weapon. If you require religious items, I can give you a book of your faith.
This is my religious item.
almost immediately, thunder seems to rumble as if Thor is displeased.
um, you just see the dude kind of like shitting bricks. He's like, um, he just pulls out like a very large box and puts it out. He's like, can you just put it in the box, please? He's more scared of you than anyone else in the room. Because it's just a lone man trying to like strip search you and not doing it very well.
He would just look at him and go, I don't have a hand and I don't have a leg. Do you really think that I am worth your time of trying to disarm? I'm already half disarmed as it is.
The guard kind of goes and leaves for a second and goes and brings back 3 guys, and he's like, we need to at least take the hammer. Um, we can like keep it very safe for you, and they're just kind of like putting their fingers together, just like very confused, and they're like, we haven't dealt with this before. They look at you and they go, we might be able to put you in solitary with it if you would prefer to be in solitary confinement. We could probably let you keep the weapon, but you'd have to be under 24/7 surveillance until the trial. If that would be more the guard's just like really shy and scared. Because he just looks at your stature and he just knows that if you wanted to, you would be able to murder everyone in that room in 3 seconds or less.
Jordan would stop, look at the main guy, and just wave him forward. Just one finger, just come here.
The guard gets a little bit closer and he's just like kind of sweating.
I would take the hammer off of my back and hold it out to him with one hand and say, if you damage this, it's coming from you. Not through gold, but with blood. I'm going to drop it, and the hammer's like 30 pounds.
Oh, easily more. You drop it into his hands as he tries to like catch it to like put it in the box, and it just like kind of crushes a couple of his fingers as he kind of gets it into the box undamaged, and he just kind of yelps in pain, and the blood kind of gets all over the box and stuff, and he's like, "Thank you, sir. You can go on." As he kind of like runs away and starts trying to get a medic to heal him. The other guards just kind of wave you into your cell. You and Narza share a cell. Who gets top bunk?
I don't think the top bunk can support me.
uh,
I'm not sure
Top
the
bunk's
bottom
going for
bunk can
you.
support me.
I don't know where Hakeem went.
God, how much do I
Just
weigh?
take
I
the
forgot
top
how much
bunk
I
then.
weigh.
Um, this entire session relies on Hakeem basically, because he's the officer. like out of character, this is going a lot weirder than I originally planned. Like I planned y'all would like get kind of booked and checked, and then Hakeem would come out of the MPs and stuff, and then kind of get y'all out and send y'all into a war zone while you guys are under like probation, while the
I just
trials
now
are going.
realized that Torden was about 450 pounds. I don't know how much he would weigh with armor on.
You're probably about 500 pounds of pure juggernaut. You have a 12.5% body weight, like body fat percentage, and you're 500 pounds with armor on. Bro is the lean, shredded guy of the gods, while being like the size of a freaking mountain. You are
I
him.
don't know why, but I just had this one picture of Torden just walking up to the gate and being like, I need to use the bathroom. It's locked. Him opening up the gate anyways and going, I'm going to go use the bathroom in private.
Bro, this is just you getting searched, basically. Just like the gleaming muscles of a Chad. Alright, so I was gonna
Have the,
originally
does he have the
go over.
Chad chin?
Yes, he has the perfect kidal tilt or whatever it's called, I don't know. And he didn't even have to train for it. It just was naturally built through his muscles and his religion. So, you guys get booked, and
Where did Hakeem go?
he's saying Discord's bugging, so I'm just gonna kind of focus on you guys this session. If he shows back up for it, great. If not, I will just say stuff happened off screen, and I will probably have to do some stuff with him later to kind of do it. I don't know. It's just hard to do this session because it a lot of it relies on his character for things to kind of work. But since he ain't here, it's gonna kind of go a little off the rails. So you guys are in prison for about a couple hours. You guys kind of get set up. Um, Narza, you look like fresh meat. A lot of the people in this cell in this block, this is basically as close to maximum security before going to maximum security. So you guys are kind of in It's kind of like the jail session. Okay, I don't know if you know how jail works. Basically, you go to a jail until your trial, and then you get moved to like a actual prison. Right now, you're in like jail, but kind of like the in between one. So you're
You
not
go to
fully
booking
in. Yeah,
to jail
yeah,
to prison.
yeah. So right now, you guys are in jail. It's kind of like the in between jail between that. So you guys have basically like a couple days in jail before your first kind of trial to the people. Now, you did get a recommendation from the Audra chain, and you also, I'm trying to think. Mogdaram, you got Torden, you got recommendations and stuff from uh Ramsey of the Gourd, so you are popular currently. So people are know of your existence somewhat, and a lawyer kind of comes into your guys' room and kind of waves for you guys to follow him to the conference room in the jail. So you see a kind of mid-sized man. Let's just call him Tommy. Tommy the lawyer. And Tommy the lawyer sits you guys down. Narza sits in the normal human-sized chair, and unfortunately, Lysmith, you kind of have to squat and kind of like do like a weird half horse stance to sit in the chair to accommodate your size.
You
imagine,
do realize
imagine
Porter
Mr.
probably
Incredible.
just kick the chair out of the way and kneel.
Hold on, I'm trying to pull up Mr. Incredible sitting in the chat.
No, just picture it in your head. Mr. Incredible in his car.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. So you're just like trying to kneel and sit at the table, and you're just still like almost hitting the top of the ceiling, and you're just like, yes. That's exactly how I was trying to imagine it. So the normal human-sized papers of your charges get passed to both of you. You both are charged with the same thing of basically attempted murder of a king, destruction of government property, terrorism, military coup, assault, uh, lying under oath, uh, and then just other random charges. Basically, the world government threw the entire fucking book at you as hard as they could. Because they just got a report from the first island, and the king just said, yeah, no, they tried to kill me, there's terrorism, military coup, werewolves, drugs,
Hi,
everything.
Alvier.
Hey, Alvier. Alvier, you're just kind of getting booked and just, like, getting basically robbed. Just don't drop the soap, Alvier. Just do not drop the soap. Alvier is, like, the worst size he could ever be in prison. Okay, he is like 3 feet tall of like midget. Okay, he is. Anyone in prison can just grab him. Alvier is not safe. Y'all are not with Alvier right now. All to say
They'll be
Daniela Cueva.
fine,
All to say
maybe.
Daniela Cueva was just like just hanging out with Alvier on the boat, and he got freaking just grabbed by a couple of the guards and just carried like a screaming toddler.
That sounds
Ironically,
Question.
Daniela
painful.
doesn't have any warrants. The demon lady doesn't have any warrants.
I
Ironically.
mean, who wouldn't? I mean, she probably keeps herself out of things, so
Yeah.
she probably doesn't have anything.
And Swain on the boat didn't get arrested just because no one knows who the fuck he is, basically. So he doesn't have like any criminal record, doesn't have any history. They tried to like identify him, but he pulled the whole like, well, you know, do you have any right to a warrant or identification? Bro audited the police and forced them to leave him alone. Anyway, so you guys kind of are talking to the lawyer, and Tommy's like, "Well, hello guys, I'm Tommy. I'm your lawyer. Why'd you do it?"
He didn't. It,
I mean, y'all,
They
y'all
took my
gotta.
religious item from me. I'd really like that back.
Well, technically, it's a weapon. I understand we can provide religious material as long as it is not a weapon. Um, I might be able to get you some time with your religious weapon, um, to pray, but
Item.
beyond religious item in your eyes. He just is kind of like a little bit confused. He doesn't really understand how it works with your religion, but he's just trying to be politically correct and not piss you off. He's like, your religious item.
failing.
It is a very dangerous item. But we do not discriminate. However, we cannot allow you to have it as free access in this facility until you are properly booked and see a judge. So currently, you have attempted murder of a king, destruction of government property, terrorism, military coup, assault lying under oath, and other just charges. They really throw the book at you. So you guys got a really bad rap sheet for this. Um, Incident. It's just kind of like sweating a little bit just looking at the magic pictures and stuff of like the destruction that happened. So, I'm seeing a lot of life in prison, getting sent to the government headquarters. How are you guys wanting to try to plea this? Because it's not looking very good.
Not guilty on all counts.
I mean, there was an explosion during your trial at the hearing when you had what was her name, Miss Akira. She died actually, so it isn't just assault, murder. There is murder on your hands for a woman on trial.
Okay, to be
Nobody was
completely
killed
fair,
by
she
our
was
hands
the one
at that
behind.
incident.
Lysmith's just gonna
I,
keep it under wraps that he was the one who freaking blew her up.
Well,
Nobody needs to.
I, I
technically, I did not kill her with my hand.
Technically, you just applied 1 point of lightning damage from a static shock skill to just blow her up. You technically didn't kill her with your hand. It was the lightning that came
Correct.
from your hand. It could have been the static electricity on the floor.
Yeah, it could have been anything.
Yeah. So the lawyer doesn't know basically what happened. All he knows is that she blew up and you were just like shaking her hand or like poked her for like a split second basically. So he's kind of looking at you, Jordan, and he's a little bit scared, and he's just kind of like, "Well, I mean, the lot of the evidence is saying that you guys blew up Akira, which then caused an attempted assassination on the king. Even though I don't really get how they're jumping from you killing the lady to it being an assassination on the king, but I mean, I guess it's because the explosion hit the king with some shrapnel or something. I don't know. That's just what the evidence is saying. He kind of pulls up like the evidence of the case and he says it looks really bad. Like you guys were going out, you were working with Despira, and he's in with different like political leaders right now since he's a nobleman. So I don't know any of the details that he's doing, but for you guys were accomplices at least. Torn, you're the one who blew her up. Um, your little
I
kobold
can show you
friend.
exactly what I did to blow her up if that will give you any sense of what happened there.
Um, he kind of looks at you and says, I mean, sure, if you have some of it with you. I mean, in your bags, I can go get that if you'd want.
Oh no, Torn just sticks out his hand and goes, "All I did was shake her hand."
Shaking someone's hand doesn't blow them up, though. He's just kind of confused, and he
That's
kind of like,
all I did.
I just want to shake her hand. I just want to shake her hand. Tommy
I
just got.
said congratulations on getting off scot-free, and I shook her hand, and that's all I did.
Also like to point out that Akira was running a corrupt whatever it was and was killing a lot of people. Where she
He
had it coming.
he flips through like the evidence, and he says, "I don't see anything about her doing any of that. All I know is that she was on trial for some sort of witness testament that she, I guess, was like doing some drug dealing. I don't know. I don't see anything else about like werewolves or anything. Like there was a raid of the city of werewolves, but that was just, at least according to the testimonies from the king and everything, that was just a completely unrelated incident."
You mentioned the elven bath water.
That's the drugs he was talking about, was the elven bathwater.
Oh,
To
okay.
me, it just was drugs. I mean, that's what it's written up as in the evidence. I mean, if we had some samples of it, we could maybe run some tests on it to see if there's any other substances in it that cause, I don't know, werewolves or something, but that's just kind of insane. Do any of you have like a small sample of bathwater that you guys like would have in your inventory?
I think
About
I might.
I thought Zane had like one random vial with him still.
one.
One. You're not in the room right now, but I can have them bring you in. So your little three
I
foot
think
tall
our kobold
kobold. So sorry, go on.
I think our kobold friend I think our kobold friend happens to have one of them in on his person.
So the lawyer kind of looks around and kind of signals to try to go look for the kobold, and then 3 minutes later, you just see Zane in shackles, just kind of like walking into the room, just like being walked by like a normal sized person, and he just kind of like waddles in and just sits down with the bottle. So the lawyer takes the bottle of the bathwater and he sends it to the lab. They'll just say it's like a magic lab or whatever to kind of like check for like poisons or anything with like whatever magical science they have on the island. Um, and it says that that will be useful if it has, some sort of werewolf parts or something in it. But yeah, you guys have a really bad rap sheet. Yeah, I don't know how we're gonna get you out of this. Um, hmm. I mean, I would just plead guilty and try not to get a public execution. But we'll see how things go once we get the
You were
results
supposed
back.
to help us, not make things worse.
Well, I'm your lawyer, and I'm just saying from the evidence we have, pleading guilty and just begging for a non-death penalty. I mean, you'd be in maximum security. You'd never probably see each other again in solitary. But I mean, yeah, you won't be dead. He's not a very good public defender.
We got a different lawyer. This one sucks.
uh, this is your court-appointed lawyer, at least until trial. Um, basically, sent the thing, and he says that you'll get the results back in about 6 hours. So, is there anything you want to do in the prison? I mean, in the jail until he gets the results back, or nah? Because they're gonna have you all
Find our
just go back to your
kobold
cell or do
because
something.
I don't want to see him get killed.
You what?
I would like to find our kobold before he gets killed.
The kobold just got sat down next to you. That's where he got the water and sent the vial to. Yeah. So the three of you are in the same room with the same lawyer, and the lawyer is a little incompetent, but he's at least trying to look at least impartial. Always fun when you get a
Kobolds.
very shitty a court-appointed lawyer. So a couple hours pass. You guys all get sent to the same cell. You guys have mealtime. How do y'all want to handle mealtime while the results are being made? Do y'all want to like stick together and stay away from people? Do you want to go get your meals? Do you want to just stay in your cell? You know.
I don't think Torton would really care, so I think he would walk and just be like, "I'm gonna go get food."
Tarza, do you want to go with him? And Zane, do you want to go with him or not?
Yes.
Yes. So am I hearing everyone's just heading to go get food from the canteen or whatever it's called, the line,
The mess hall.
the mess hall? Yeah. So you all just kind of like follow in line to get it. Nothing really happens too much. A couple of the criminals start getting into a fight, kind of at the front of the line over if they get meatballs or if they get spaghetti. Oddly enough, it's not together because budget cuts. Um, Torden, would you like to be first in line, second, or third?
First,
First, okay. Azari, since you were also here sooner, would you like to be second or third in line?
I'll get on the third line.
Okay. So, Torden's up first in line, and they say, mashed potatoes or corn?
corn, please.
Alright, they give you a nice scoop of corn and say, next! And then they look at Azari and they say, mashed potatoes or corn?
Arza,
No, sorry. Alright, mashed potatoes
take
or
the
corn?
mashed potatoes, please.
Mashed potatoes, alright. She gives you like a fat scoop of mashed potatoes. And then it says, little one, what do you want? Mashed potatoes or corn?
Mashed potatoes.
Alright, so as you get your mashed potatoes, nothing happens. You just get your mashed potatoes and move on in line. Alright, Torden, you get offered, would you like some meatballs or some, like chicken? Or I guess we have tofu if you're a vegan.
Who?
Mr. Torden, would you like some Would you like some meatballs? Would you rather have some chicken, or would you like some tofu if you were a vegan?
Meatballs, please.
All right. So she hands you some meatballs on your tray and then sends it to your table.
I would
No,
stop and just
go ahead.
look and be like, "I think I'm a little bit bigger than this."
She looks at you, and she looks down, and she looks at the rest of the line, and she says, "All right," and she hands you like an extra 2 meatballs.
Thank you.
She smiles and she says, "Anytime, mister."
I like how Torton just subtly, just like, "I'm bigger than you. Give me more."
Yeah. She liked your stature. And you seem like a nice guy, so she just smiles. She's got that like, I'm a southern woman. I'm the big lunch lady. Then she looks at Narza and she's like, would you like some meatballs, some chicken, or some tofu?
Chicken, please.
All right, so she pulls out the nice slab of chicken and puts it down, and she's like, "There you go, little boy. Here you go. Go on." And then she looks at Zane, and she says, "Hello, little boy. Would you like some kid-sized chicken, some kid-sized meatballs, or some kid-sized tofu?"
Just a normal chicken, please.
She kind of looks at your size and she
You
says, "Hmm, okay." And she just hands you a normal sized piece of chicken. I don't know. I'm just
I
being a dipshit.
I
What were you
mentioned
saying, Narza?
I mentioned to the lunch lady that I, I'd probably mentioned to the lunch lady that despite his size, Zane has a ravenous appetite.
Despite his size, he's a 43-year-old man. Please tell me you know the video I'm referencing. He looks like a little kid to me, but alright. And hands him a little extra chicken. Alright, so you guys go to your table. I'm gonna roll a d20 to see if anything happens in the mess hall besides that fight.
What fight?
Me?
Alright, so you guys sit down at your table, and nothing much really happens. You guys are chilling. You guys are eating. Oh, okay, perfect. Lightsmith rolled higher, so there is going to be a fight. Not for you guys, though, probably. Unless y'all want to get involved. You see a group of individuals that have some tattoos. Of course, because prison have tattoos. So a couple of them have some tattoos of South Face, and a couple of them have some Northside tattoos slashed out and then put with South Face. So it appears there's some terrorists in this prison that are of the other nation, and they appear to be heckling a boy over him eating the tofu over the meatballs. And this is not Kale Hunter, just to specify. This is not Kale. It appears there's another vegan introduced to the story. I don't fucking know. You just see a vegan getting picked on and getting like punched. Do you wish to help the vegan?
You would just see Torton just sigh and then go, "Here we go again." And just stand up and walk over.
Alright. So you see three men of like average stature picking on the vegan boy. The vegan boy looks about the how tall was Kale Hunter again?
Give me 1 second. I can pull it up
Okay.
because I can't remember off the top of my head. I want to say he was like 2 foot tall or something. Joking.
Okay. I
Um,
thought it was like 3.5 feet or something.
bio and info character sheet.
This is the most scuffed
Uh,
session. I love it.
oh, I don't have his height down.
What about 4 feet?
I think he's
How
about
about 4 feet tall? Or I thought no, actually no, 3 feet. I thought
Raven?
he was small. Yeah.
I honestly thought he was an 8 foot tall monster.
No, no, no.
No,
He,
that's
he's
me.
tall. He's tall for his race and his size.
He's a halfling,
Oh,
and so
okay.
I think he
Oh,
was like 4 feet tall because he was big for a halfling.
thinking 4'3" ish.
4'2".
Oh, that
Okay.
works.
So he's 4'2", just like Kale Hunter, and he's like, guys, I just want to eat the tofu. Animals are friends. You see the little guy kind of crying. I'll name him uh what's a funny vegan name? What do y'all want to call him? He's a short
Hunter.
Hunter.
Well, no,
No, we
we
already have Kale
we
Hunter.
already have Kale Hunter Eddie.
Yeah.
Um,
I was thinking Billy
lettuce.
or lettuce. I was thinking like cauliflower or something or collie, but that
The
sounds like an Indian
Bill.
name, so I don't want to say collie.
How about Billy Cauliflower?
Uh,
I think we should call him Brock. Last name
Brock
Lee.
like broccoli. Okay, broccoli the vegan. Broccoli the vegan. I'll say vegan ranger. I don't know. He'll be a ranger. Actually, no. Actually, yeah. No. Broccoli, the vegan monk.
What are his
You
stats?
know,
What are his stats?
as long as he has multi attack, I think I'm okay with this guy.
Yeah. So you see Broccoli, kind of start trying to do like a crouching tiger stance at these people, and they just start just looking at him, and fuck, I don't have a character sheet for this guy. You just see Broccoli go for can't. You see the monk go for like one of those like key attacks and like the key strikes and kicks one of the guys in the leg, damaging his shin bone. As one of the three guys heckling him falls to the floor. Lysmith, would you like to gang up on the two others?
Why not?
Okay. The guards aren't looking very much. It looks like the guards are just like, who the fuck cares? Let them kill each other, kind of thing.
And I'll do
Any of the
my
guards
thing.
have weapons on them?
Oh yeah, the guards have weapons. The guards could easily break this up, probably, but they're not.
Probably pull a sleight of hand and steal
Gordon
one
would
of
just
them and
like
get
to
involved.
do one thing to this.
Okay. Oh, and Zane,
He
you
would
get
just
to steal extra chicken. Sorry, but go on.
he would just grab one of them just by the shoulders and go, "You should walk away."
Um, the fact that these are just normal people, they just see your stature and basically like your aura and just walk away. You don't even need to roll it. You're twice their size. One of their friends just got beat up by a freaking vegan midget. And aren't really wanting to die because the guards are not getting involved. So,
So Brock Lee is basically very strong and or something.
he's pretty strong. He's a high level vegan monk.
I'm gonna assume like
I don't know, probably like level 6
10,
or
maybe.
something. That's high level for the world. Like in comparison, a level 5 is like a tribal chief.
All right,
So y'all are
just
like national
want to make
leader
sure.
levels of strength typically, because y'all are about level 10. I think I leveled you guys up to level 10 last session. If not, you guys were supposed to. So everyone should be level 10 at this point. We can do that after this session though. There's not really any combat planned. If Hakeem was still here, I would have dropped you guys into the main stuff that I wanted to do. But that can wait. Um, what is strength? What do you mean?
What is his strength? I was trying to be
Oh, he's a monk. I'll say that he's got like a 14 or a 15. Not too strong, but definitely stronger than your average dude. He's more of a dex fighter though,
okay.
as he's a monk.
I was hoping he had really low strength for one dumb reason.
So he'd be a low strength vegan like Kale.
Oh no. If you would have made me play Kale, he would have been the group healer.
Yeah, because he would have done so little damage that he'd heal people instead.
Yes, he would have done negative damage. Therefore, he's healing. That's why I actually had him rage, is so he would actually rage, be more resistant to getting hurt, but also he would be attacking the own party members because I believe Kale's like best strike that he can do with if you double his score brings it down to a -8, and then he
Yeah,
only rolls a
because
d4 for damage.
multiplying a negative makes it a higher negative.
Yes.
All right. Hey Loki.
Okay.
So everyone's in prison except you, basically. We'll get to your character later, but basically, Hakeem thought it would be smart to go harass a lower ranked officer when he got onto the island, and then tried to go talk to a higher ranked officer, and the higher ranked officer looked at him for
Hey.
5 seconds, and then just said, "Dude, you have an arrest warrant for like your entire crew except like Maggot and Nancy and Swain, basically."
Hey, I got a question.
Actually, no, Nancy's in jail actually right now. They're getting the bad experience. But yeah, go on.
Is the jail like an average prison, or is it like well kept?
It is well kept on the outside, and the interior, the guards are letting people get frickin' murdered inside. Because it's like a high. It's
Can I
basically
do
the
something?
You're just on the
Okay.
boat right now.
Can
But
I
what
piss
would you
off
want
a
to do?
guard?
What? You want to piss off a guard and try to
No,
get
I
thrown
want
in
to.
jail?
I want to legitimately kill a guard, go into solitary confinement, and just grow fucking spores, dude. Just become a problem child. Become a heart.
If you do that, then you're literally gonna be in jail for like actual crimes. They're only in jail because they're like framed right now.
Can I go in with them?
Um,
Can I just
Wait,
ask the guard?
I have an idea.
Can I just ask the guard, hey, have you seen my crew? And I'd tell them it's them.
Maybe. What were you gonna say though, Lightsmith?
I request our lawyer. Point to him.
Yeah.
Me? Oh wait, different guy.
Oh,
No.
wait, oh, you want him to be your lawyer? You want him to be your lawyer instead of Timmy?
Yes.
Alright. So Timmy just kind of sobs and he's like, "Okay, I guess I'm useless for you." As he hands you the report back that it says that you guys, the bathwater did have werewolf DNA in it, and that concentration it would actually potentially turn people into werewolves. So he hands Maggot all the information as the freaking juggernaut just kind of walks into the prison as the lawyer. Would you like a nice tie over your armor, Mr. Maggot?
I'm sorry, what?
Okay, Maggot. Would you like to walk into prison basically wearing what you're wearing, or would you like to like dress up like Saul Goodman, the sussy lawyer, in like a suit and tie and stuff, like over your armor?
No.
I would like it like certain parts of the suit are ripped kind of over the armor where the horns are and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm just gonna. It's gonna be like a really. I kind of want it to be a surprisingly nice suit, even though it's not.
That would work. So you the entire like 6 hour time span that they've been in jail, you've just been picking suits with people.
Yes, yes, I have a very nice suit
So
over my.
Do you have a bow tie or do you have like an ascot?
I have a tie, a very nice
Okay.
thick tie.
McKeem's getting beaten in military prison as you guys are like, Brock Lee, the the vegan monk. Oh, we have a weird guard. Oh, now we have our lawyer Maggot involved.
Also, there's going to be a thing embroidered right under my pocket on the top of my suit, and it's going to be the mark of the Lord.
All right, so
I had to say that.
you enter the prison, and the guard's like, who are you here for, Mister
Maggot.
Mister Maggot? Who are you here for?
There's a couple of
Maggot
prisoners.
Goodman.
There's a couple of prisoners that are stuck in here recently that have a charge on them, and I'm looking around for them. I'm the representative, as you can see by my very nice suit.
The guard just kind of looks at you, very confused, and he says, "We just had a massive intake of a lot of prisoners. Do you have a name of one of them, or what their crimes are, or something?" So I'm
The
like,
crimes, I do not know because I was on my boat. Let me go around and look around the prison for my group.
he just kind of looks at you and
You
he's
could literally just say the big one.
Yeah, give me the big one.
like, give me the big one. Do you mean the Goliath Torden?
Yes,
He's already been assigned a public defender, but I mean, if you wish to speak to him, I can bring him out.
sir,
The
sir,
yeah.
sir. Look at my suit. Look at my suit. He doesn't need the defender. He needs me. Where is he?
He says, I can go ask Torden if he wants to change his defender. Give me a moment. And he just kind of walks over to your room, Torden. And he goes, there's some guy in a metal suit asking to be your defender instead of Mr. Timmy. Would you like to go meet this man for a moment with me and confirm that you guys would rather have him be your lawyer, even though he is unlicensed? He has a very nice suit, though.
He has a very nice suit.
Yes, he has a very nice suit. And he kind of looks at Timmy, who kind of has a ragged suit, and just kind of shakes his head.
I just stand up, I just pat Timmy on the shoulder and just walk by him.
Alright, so Torden, you follow the guard out to go see Maggot in a very nice suit. I would say 3 times drippier than Timmy's suit. It's a very nice suit. Like, it's very well made. The only reason there's rips is because it's just like, it's going through metal armor and spikes. But, like, it's been sewn to look quality. Like, very, very drippy.
All right, am I starting it?
Alright, so they take you, you both kind of nod and head back to the room. So imagine 2 Mr. Incredibles sitting in front of each other, and in the car, just sitting across the table looking at each other, and then the 2 just short people, and then I'll just say Brock Lee is there. Would you represent Brock Lee?
Yes.
They have befriended Brock Lee, the vegan monk in prison.
Sure, I'll represent broccoli.
Alright, so Brock Lee has assault charges against his boyfriend, Cauliflower.
Swear to God.
They did not get along very well. She was a vegan. She was a vegan ranger, but she recently started eating meat, and he got in a fist fight with her over it.
Okay. I want to have one-on-ones with each of these people. I want it to be private because I'm literally looking up articles about laws and human right violation
Wait,
laws.
like actually right now?
Yes, on my phone I have I have a literal entire page of human rights and violations, and I'm going through each one they did to my party.
Okay.
I'm my ass is
You took
getting
my
past this
religious
case.
item.
Oh God! No, now we're suing. All right, let's go to the extra one. No, legitimately, you can actually sue for that. We might actually get a lot of
Yes,
money
I
out
know.
of this.
That's why I specified it so many times when I was getting brought in.
Oh
All
my
right,
god.
Raven, I
Okay,
have a
okay.
question.
Who wants to go first? Oh yeah, sorry. I was
Okay,
gonna say who wants to go
so
first.
I would like to request a private room where they cannot investigate us, where I can talk with my inmates and discuss different laws and things about that. And if it turns out they are spying on us, there is a law against that. If they make a formal agreement, that they will not do that.
Because it's a D&D style world, it'll be slightly different. They'll give you 24 hours to talk with your client before the trial hits.
That is more than enough time.
Okay. So, who do you want to speak with first?
Okay, let's get the big one out of the way.
Alright. So, everyone else gets ushered back to their cell. Brock Lee says that he vows to protect Zane from getting, dropping the soap. And then just
Okay.
kind of looks at Narza and says, I will also protect you.
Okay, Raven, I have a question.
Yes.
What chat is the chat where I can type down the different offenses that I can get out of this?
Here.
Okay, I'm in the right chat. Okay.
Yeah. Okay. Bro, we're getting the lawyer out. Let's go.
I'm legitimately, I have an entire page right now about different laws and violations. It might be different in the D&D world, but like when it comes to like,
These
okay,
are generalized laws. Like I don't have any specific
no,
laws written
no, I'm
down, but
not
if it
saying
makes sense.
specific loopholes or laws, but I'm saying I'm gonna sue the shit out of your entire island.
Okay.
All right, so first guy, come up into the room.
All right. Torton
Who?
gets sent in by the guards.
Okay, Torden, I understand that you are detained right now. It is my job to have you free from behind these bars. When you were being taken in, were they rough with you, or like overly, like do you feel like you were like, you know, overly like brutalized when it came to actually getting put in here?
They tried. They put their hands on me. They tried to escort me in. I did remove myself from them, and then they took my religious item.
Okay, hold on. Use more force than necessary
Oh my
and took away religious items, potentially causing bodily harm.
And emotional distress.
Yep. And emotional distress. Okay, and this is for Torden, right?
Yes,
It is.
Okay. What's his name?
Torden. Torden.
Rysmith is the character. Torden is the
I'm just gonna have
character.
each. Okay, so Torden, I have another question for you. When your religious item is taken away, was it kept in or out of eyesight? And do you know where it is being held right now?
They actually had to get more people inside of the cell in order to take it away from me. I handed it over to them, and they immediately dropped it before putting it in a case. They then
Okay.
sealed the case and took it away from me. I do not know its
Okay.
location.
Geus artifact away and used even more excessive force. All right. After the religious artifact was taken away, my next question to you is: do you feel like you could have done anything in that situation to talk to them or reason with them or help them understand your point of view? Do you feel like you were, I guess, in a way, like
They
you
did
weren't
try
hurt
to
out?
intimidate me.
Okay.
He's cooking.
Tried to intimidate my client. Okay. And my next question to you is: when they were trying to intimidate you, did they like you have weapons or you try to threaten bodily harm or use ransom, any other sort of thing, or like anything at all to take away items, things like that?
They threatened to stick me in solitary confinement.
Okay, there we fucking go. This working. All right, they're done.
Bro, they're done for Torden. I'm
Not a
more
character.
concerned
This
about.
is just making.
Oh, sorry.
All right.
No, sorry.
Torden is smiley because he kind of was ready for this as well.
After being threatened,
I'm just glad that we have a criminal lawyer on our
told
side. Emphasis on the criminal.
Exactly.
was told that he would have harsher and unjust punishments. Now, is there any other cruel or unusual behavior against you used, like threatening to take off fingers, hands, arms, legs, like any threatening of that matter? Because that's also a mutilation charge if it comes up as true. If it's not, that's fine. I'm just trying to figure out what's going on.
They actually wouldn't even search me with their hands. They had to use a stick.
Okay, treated you like an animal. That's also really, really bad.
Bro, I love how you're just spinning it just as hard as they spun everything, because everything they did was technically within protocol, but at the same time, you can spin it as they were being
Treated my
inhumane animals.
client as a animal, used a stick, and caused this even more emotional harm.
That was the other thing. They wanted me to take off my armor.
Now, my question was that did they use unnecessary force or what is there any, because they can request for you to take off your armor, and because you are actually, if they had things before, like because they are in authority, if they were going to search you, then you would have to take off your armor because it's just a request. But if they were forcefully taking their armor off of you, that is different. That is like, you know, like paint me a
My
picture.
armor is prosthetic.
Okay, that actually is mutiny. No, not mutiny. And I have another question. When it comes to your family tree, are you part of a royal family or like any hierarchies, any specialty, or are you just like everyone else?
Okay, this one I do have to ask, just for specification, to our DM.
I
Am I actually a priest now because of everything that's happened?
I would say you're technically not necessarily a man of the cloth, but like the equivalent of that now, because you got. I would say that you would have gotten a promotion in the church and would have been fully reinstated. I don't remember which rank you would be officially, but you would definitely be of the lower ranks, but you're still a man of the cloth in your religion, and your hammer
How do you spell
could be
bodily?
considered Bodily, I believe. Bodily, yeah.
Thank you. Yep,
Yeah.
that's it. All right.
So it would technically, your weapon is technically a weapon, but it's also a religious artifact because of your height, size, and stature. It would be like just carrying like a crucifix with you, like a cross.
Yeah.
So, in theory, it's a gray area, but with the other stuff and the way your guys are spinning it like a criminal lawyer, your guys are gonna probably be able to spin this like they were like denying, a man of the cloth and searching his body and stuff and making him uncomfortable regardless of protocol. They didn't take you to like a side room. They didn't give you a cloth to change behind. They were treating you very poorly, and you got to see also the other guards taking basically the same approach with everyone else. Nar's is going to be a little bit harder to dispute, but definitely yours. You have a very good case that they
So
booked you improperly.
So my question as well to Torton is, did you get a phone call? Like, were you able to reach out to any family or friends to try and bail you out, or to talk and lighten your sentence, or have them talk to someone higher up to try and see how the rules of the island work? Because if you are basically visiting an area, if you don't know the proper laws and you do something bad and it's your first charge, they will go a lot lighter on you usually, and it also depends on the area as well. So it kind of comes, it falls under Raven's rule, to where if that applies here,
It would
I
somewhat
think it would.
apply. The only reason that it got expedited is due to a terrorism charge.
Okay, then yeah,
So
no.
a lot of
If it's a
the
terrorism
stuff,
charge, that's a lot more difficult. But
yeah.
at the same time, I feel like it depends on
The
exactly what they did.
the current rap sheet that they know they have is in planning. I'm gonna just repost it wherever I posted it. I can't remember where I put it. Might be in Fate
Okay,
Core. Yeah.
I
This
think
is the current rap sheet they have. Put it in D&D. There you go.
attempted murder of a king, destruction of government property, terrorism, military co-op, assault, lying under oath, other random
Sorry.
charges. Okay,
And also murder of a witness, because technically,
okay.
according to
For
what
the
it is,
attempted, okay, for the attempted murder of the king, who is the king? What is the situation? Read it out to me,
All I
Torton.
did was shake somebody's hand, and they're accusing me of murder.
Okay, did the king die right after?
King was, as far as I saw, fine.
Okay, why do you think they tried to say that you attemptedly murdered the king? Can you
because the
rationalize
person
it?
who I shook hands with exploded for some reason, and I'm not clear on the circumstances of that.
Okay.
Bro.
Is there any way we can like? Is there any way you can check any different magical like like leftover magic used from the spell to confirm that it is not your magic? Because that could honestly like help immediately show that it wasn't you or anyone else in the party for that matter.
DM ruling on that, it was about 4 to 5 months ago in game time. So
Okay.
her body is completely toast in a massive civil war area right now from the first island.
Oh wait, it was in a
If
war?
no, it caused a
Oh, I
civil
was gonna
war.
say.
No, no,
Okay,
no.
it caused a civil war.
So
Okay.
basically, what happened? Let me give you some pretext. Basically, what happened? Like this is as a DM and like as a friend to explain what happened.
Okay.
Basically, they were fighting her. She got brought in for charges in basically a kangaroo court. She was about to get let go. Lysmith did actually blow her up by putting C4, but he technically didn't blow her up. He just had static electricity, quote unquote, ignite her and blow her up in the middle of a courtroom.
Okay, so they can't
And
make it stick. The fuck? We're good.
yeah,
I'm
but
gonna keep the streets dirty. The fuck? You can't
yeah,
catch my boy.
so so basically everyone's on charges that they supposedly attempted to murder the king. There was massive destruction of government property. That's true. Technically, they terrorized the building by blowing it up. They technically did assault and murder a witness, and
Technically, or did?
they technically did.
Okay, did they do it, but they weren't caught?
They did it in the middle of the king and the entire courtroom. That's why they were chased off the first island. So
Okay.
there's a lot of warrants and there's a lot of eyewitness
Okay.
testimony,
So my
and
question is,
high-ranking nobles are trying to hit them with everything in the book
so for
because
the
they
murder
don't
of the
like them.
witness,
Yeah.
my question to you, did they feel threatened in that situation by that witness? And was it just? Do you feel like if that
The
witness kept
the
going?
witness was Akira. So they killed Akira, which I'm saying is technically a witness because that's kind of what they're saying she is. Technically it was a trial for her, but they were just saying it was a drug trial. They're saying the werewolves had nothing to do with her, but they did. Timmy got some water, some of the bath water. That's what it's called. Is like the drug. Is there was werewolf DNA in it? So you do have a piece of paper that says yes, there was werewolf DNA in this water, and it was turning people into werewolves. So they can link it to Akira to make it stick a little more that Akira was doing stuff that she shouldn't have. That is more than just drug dealing. It's more of a military coup. So right now the king is trying to say that the party was doing that and just trying to frame her. In reality though, they're trying to frame the party and you just have to try to prove it, or at least prove it enough that they don't get executed and can get put on bail and get some more proof later on. Basically you're just trying to delay a sentence right now.
Can do. No,
Yeah.
other hard evidence, because evidence is not the same as hard evidence. So basically, for the king has no evidence to stick the charges. They have no honest evidence to actually stick the charges to the party. And when it comes down to it, they were in the area. It is suspicious, I do agree. See, but the thing is they didn't tamper with the crime scene, so they can't hit them on that charge. If they were honestly trying to find the killers and they were trying to say the party did it, they would have collected things from that situation to compare with other people in the party, and I can basically like fucking train the party to respond to different questions and have them get out of that situation. So that'll be fine.
Okay.
With the murder, with the terrorism and military coup, honestly, community hours, that's not that bad.
The terrorism's basically tied in
Just do
with the fact that they blew up the building
see,
when they did that.
they were
So
just feeling a little silly that day.
they
They didn't do shit.
they
Respectfully. Um,
All Torton did was give her a handshake, and she just magically blew up the second they did a handshake. They did not collect any magical data from it because one, I didn't think about that even, so I'm not gonna just retcon and say yeah, no, they would have collected that. No, they probably didn't because they're trying to cover it up. Because if they started collecting magical signatures, they would just check the magical signatures of all the fucking werewolves and shit.
See, my thing is with that situation, realistically, if I was a lawyer, reflect and deny. You are
Yeah.
innocent until proven guilty, and that is the truth. There is no fucking evidence proving that that person blew up because of you. There is no
Yeah,
spell
all
cast
the
up.
all the
There is
evidence
no
blew
like,
up with the explosion, so there's
and
no
that's the
answer.
real shit. That's the real shit. Okay, understand this. I'm a Colonel Sanders the fuck out of this when I say they are cooked. I am chilling. All right, next thing, assault. Who'd they assault?
Um,
That's the question.
technically they assaulted Akira and dragged her back from her hideout.
Okay. See, this works with me though. Is the assault and the murder of the witness? All you have to do is say, hey, and I'm not going to say exactly what they need to do to get out of the situation because then you're going to retcon some bullshit. I will say that both of those can be tied in and solved with the same thing. Lying under oath, that really realistically won't get you killed. Even if you do lie under oath, there is some situations where you kind of feel that the truth is contorted. Like if the questioning is not fair to your client or to the people, and you are like you feel like the judge is contorting the questions to be one-sided,
Hmm. The judge
then it can
was
actually.
contorting the questions.
Then yeah, no, I'll have them write down the questions on a piece of paper. I will ask the questions to the jury, and I will see what they think about it. And honestly, I feel like that won't stick either because
No
the the,
body,
the
no
judge has to
cry.
like there's no way that it's going to stick because realistically, the judge has to ask concise, clear questions that are easier, that are like clear cut to the crime. If they try to contort it in any sort of bullshit, that's it. That is, it's not a true trial. So realistically, this is some bullshit. I'm a free my boys. Next person.
Alright.
Now that we have Torton out of the way,
Narza.
I'm pretty sure.
Yeah. Narza, you're up.
Okay.
Alright, Narza, you get sat down in front of Mr. Maggot in his very drippy suit.
Okay.
Yeah.
Give me a second to set up the file. I'm currently moving the other chart is done after Torton's.
You make sure to like hit enter after a certain time to make sure it like stays and you keep all the info. Or like make sure it's
Of course,
backed up
of
or something.
course. I'm going to get done with this one after Torton's,
Bro,
and
I
then
honestly don't think that like even if I try to like kangaroo
okay.
court you guys, I don't think I really even have a case. You guys are gonna
Nah,
be
you're
sad.
fucked. I literally looked up so many different laws, dude. Like,
There was
if you
here's
beat
the
me
thing.
in this case, I'm going to be so surprised.
I only have a few things I could maybe pull up out of my sleeve, and again, that's all mostly kangaroo court and just falsified data. But at this point, you guys at least have a solid probably case to get bail at the very least. That there was some misconduct of the courts. And at
All right.
least get
Anyway,
Torden back his
I'm
religious
fixing
artifact.
the spelling mistakes. Let me fix bodily there. I'm making sure that all this is nice and written out correctly, because if they read this and be like, "Oh, this is just some hogwash," I'm fucked.
Also, to help you out a little bit, Torden does have a few different recommendations and letters of good faith with him. The fact that he just saved the island of his home from a religious coup, he does have good letters of faith. All the party members do.
I'm gonna sound
You
stupid.
would
How do you
also
spell
have that,
necessary?
huh?
Necessary?
N-E... I don't... I'm spelling it wrong, too.
Y'all know how to spell necessary?
I'm having a stroke right now.
Okay, I'm just gonna spell it wrong.
Yeah.
All right, next person. State
That
your
was
name,
that
please.
was that Narza Redmond, sir.
Narza. Is it Narza?
Yes.
Okay. Okay. So I will start out in this with, when you were first approached by the guards, did you feel like they were intimidating or threatening to you?
Back at the first island or
Kind of
here?
just kind of when you got here, how did you feel about the whole situation with the guards? How did you feel about how they treated you? Do you feel like they should have done it differently? How do you feel about the whole situation, sir?
Mm, honest, they were said they had to take all my weapons, so I was planning on doing that. But I they were. Uh, uh, I'm sorry. I'm a bit
No.
nervous.
No, take your time, sir. I'm just trying to wonder if the guards were as rude to you as they were to Torden, and if they were overly forcive, were they trying to intimidate you out of certain things, things like that.
They were they were pretty much rude to me the same way that Torton was. They were rude to Torton.
Okay.
So,
Do you feel like the situation could have been avoided if they were, better trained or had a more understanding of like people's emotions or things like that? Because I feel like if we honestly can help the guards understand that they make people feel like this, maybe we can have them start up a new thing where they kind of want to help the guards to be better people so that this can be avoided. Because I feel like that's also a thing I want to try and do if we can get that rolling. Like, do you think that things could change for the guards, or do you honestly think that they're just going to stay the same? Is basically what I'm trying to say.
well, there was one other thing. It it wanted to. I think they were trying to reach for my armband. It's a it's a keepsake of my deceased father. They thought I was hiding something in it, and they were trying to forcefully get it off.
Bro, that's a
Reaching
The
perfect
for
way.
armband's
That's a perfect way to spin that, bro. I'm not gonna lie. They were just doing the routine strip search, like they were trying to take my father's artifact from me.
Hey, actually, it is true. Like, if you see a weird thing on someone and you think it is not like an actual weapon or a threat, you like the way actual police do it is you feel on the person and then you feel like, hey, what
And
is this?
in a
You
prison
respond.
though, they were trying to like have him. They were trying to take like any of their stuff away and like put it in for processing and get them into like prison uniforms is the thing. Actually, no, I don't think they're able to do that at this step. Actually, no, they are. But the way he's spinning it is
Item,
perfect because you're not going even just purely for the law.
what?
You're going for the like twist it just enough that it's like technically you can't get in trouble if they like try to catch you out with it.
Reach for my
So being serious,
arm.
it's basically the only thing I have left of my father.
Yeah, that makes
And
sense.
It has
pause.
emotional significance,
Keep
and it has emotional significance to me.
stress to my client. Stress. Do you honestly feel like how you've been treated in this prison has been fair at all, or like if you were threatened, or the guards like you saw anything going on with other prisoners where the guards were like beating them or causing other issues? That's another thing I would like to know is how has your treatment here been?
Mm. Actually, some of the guards just tend to pretend like we don't exist.
Okay.
You could also mention the fact that Brock Lee beat the shit out of one guy, broke his leg in a fight, and the guards just didn't give him medical attention.
I will add that
Yeah,
as an extra
yeah,
thing at the end. That
They just watched the whole fight.
fuck. I accidentally posted it before it
No,
was
you're
finished, but I'm
fine.
just gonna keep editing it. Fuck. I'm trying to edit it. Hold on.
You could just you could just make another message after it, dude.
Yeah. I'm gonna just Control C, delete that one, and then I'm gonna keep working on it.
Oh.
All right. Client. Um, ignored the prisoners even Anyone needing help? Did you need medical attention at all in this prison? And you felt like your needs, or not even medical, just do you feel like your needs were ignored in this prison, and you feel like you, as a human, were not in a safe place?
It's actually an armband, not ashes.
Oh. Well, I know that. I'm just like, this is the over arc. I'm gonna edit a lot. This isn't the final piece.
Got it.
Yeah. Armband. I'm gonna fix that right now. With his father's ashes in them. Okay. Like I said before, do you feel like at this prison your needs were unmet, and do you feel like it is not a safe place for you to be in?
Prison ever a safe place to be in?
No, but at the same time, if something happens, the guards are expected to be the ones to break it up. They understand that the prisoners going to this prison aren't always the nicest people, and they understand that each prisoner is different. Going into the prison, they also understand that each prisoner isn't supposed to technically die until they are convicted and put to death.
And
So
technically,
knowing
this is
this,
jail. This isn't even the prison, so they need to be extra careful because they haven't even
yeah,
seen a judge
I
yet.
was gonna say, from what I've heard, this is more of a jail anyway, so they can't actually, like, they can't be doing that, and they need to understand that actions have consequences, and your needs cannot be ignored, especially when it is just a jail. I'm actually going to, hearing what I've heard, I'm going to write down a little bit more that your guys' needs just were not met, because from what I've heard, that's all I've been hearing. Needs not met. Okay. Is there anything else you would like to say? Because I would love to write down more. That's not me being sarcastic. Like I genuinely want to put these guys away for a long time.
Mm. Honestly, I can't really. Honestly, I can't really think of it.
Okay. Thank you for your time. I'm happy this was brief and cut straight to the point. If you could send in the
Hey,
next person. Oh, is there
sorry.
another thing?
Oh no, sorry, I was talking to you.
Okay.
Hmm.
So after Narza leaves, we send in Zane, the short kobold.
Zane.
Yeah,
I assume.
Zane. Yep.
Okay. All right. Hello, Zane. You are my last and final client of the day. You are the kobold, and
Well, you have one more client. You have Broccoli after this,
well,
but he's on
broccoli,
for
but
different things.
yeah, he's on for different things. I'm honestly just gonna focus on these guys to get him out. Broccoli's
You're just gonna leave Broccoli in
I'm
here
not
after.
leaving him. I'm not leaving him. There's a difference between leaving him and trying it, like trying differently. It depends what he's in here for. Okay.
I'll go and do it later with you.
Yeah. Okay. Zane. Zane, you are my final main client of the day. When it came to how you were actually getting here, were the guards using excessive force? How were you treated?
I was not here when we played the D&D.
Okay.
I came a bit late, so you gotta ask Raven for
Okay.
that.
Um,
Oh,
he.
he was basically the people guards basically marched onto the ship and dragged him away to the prison to the
Oh,
jail.
let's go.
Yeah,
Oh, I'm
and then
stealing their
they
ass.
they they they, they
Oh,
stepped on
no.
property that wasn't theirs, their domain. You
No, that's
have
why I
no
said
right
that.
to step on my domain.
Without a warrant, they
just,
actually cannot get on
just.
that ship. And if
They actually did have a
actually,
warrant though. They actually did have a warrant
okay,
for it.
if they had a warrant, that's fine. But is that ship their ship, or is it a part of a different kingdom where they rented it out?
It is a pirate ship.
Okay, that doesn't
Don't
help.
know it's a pirate ship.
They would
Oh,
Okay,
okay.
because
they have
We're
flagship
trying to
ships where they can
wait a
check.
minute, wait a minute.
we're
Actually, no, yeah,
trying to
no, it
become
was a
privateers.
pirate. It was a pirate ship at this point. So
Trapped against his will into the
Even though he had warrants excessive force, you could say. Because they just walked on the ship and just picked him up and just carried him away. They didn't like handcuff him. They didn't read him his rights. They didn't read
Just
anyone
because
their
I'm a
rights.
short kobold,
They,
They
they can
discriminated
threaten
against
me.
him because he's short.
I almost gave them rights and lefts.
Yeah.
And
discriminated
there's nobody
against
there named
him.
Miranda.
Just getting everything in check. Okay. Discriminated against my client. And did they throw you into the cell?
I would say that they would have thrown him into the cell. Yeah.
Oh my god, they're fucking dead. Thrown my client hard into the.
It's
I'm gonna
hard
put
being a
emphasis on
kobold, you know.
jail cell. Not even.
They abused their height and their strength advantage on him so that they could strip search him quickly and then just throw him in a cell. No phone call either.
So no
well, no
phone
magical phone
call
call, but you get the idea.
Yeah.
like my other clients. Call just like my other clients.
I'll also say that he dropped the soap and was almost assaulted in the showers within 6
Was
hours.
almost assaulted, and I'm guessing the guards didn't step in and help at all because they don't give a shit
No,
about a
they
kobold.
didn't. They didn't.
Guards didn't stop unwanted snoo snoo.
Unwanted snooze.
What?
Bro, you dropped the soap off screen, bro.
Okay,
Bro.
it's a pretty strong case.
Oh
Okay.
no.
And was there any like magical artifact that was taken from Zane in the strip search?
I don't know if he has any like artifact specifically beyond like his gun, but that's a weapon. Same like Nars's artifact is as a weapon. The only reason that you can kind of defend it for Torton, is because it's technically a religious artifact.
Okay.
So
Well,
the rest of their artifacts are just like weapons. It'd be like McKean's Reaver's Edge.
okay, that's fine. And then is there anything else that should be said about Zane?
Not off the top of my head. They just basically almost let him get assaulted in the showers, and he was small and being
Are
thrown
they
around.
fed?
They were fed, yes.
Okay, good. Okay.
They witnessed a couple brawls at the lunchtime in the mess hall, but the guards rarely stepped in.
Thank fucking god, I'm gonna pin these motherfuckers to the wall.
So good, man.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put it in its own kind of deal. A little bit more down here. Aw, no! I'm hitting the message gap. I will send this.
You can just send it and then continue, bro.
Hold on, give me a second. Guards saw a fight break out, and they didn't
Dude, you're gonna absolutely rip the judge to shreds
to
and any of the
stop
guards who try to like
this.
bring out a witness.
The fights actually causing harm to my clients. My clients. Okay.
I'm just writing down the names of the people you're gonna have to talk to for the rest of the session.
Yeah.
I'm just writing them down because I had the idea.
Okay, that's sent out. It's a little spacey and weird, but it'll do.
That's fine.
All right, now broccoli.
Broccoli comes in and he says, "Hello, sir. My name's Broccoli. Nice to meet you. What's your name, sir, lawyer?"
Keep it short. You don't need to know my real name. It's Magthulu, but everyone calls me Maggot.
That,
Now, I've heard that you've also been discriminated against. I am here to represent you as well, on behalf of my other clients. And I hear that you have been at the hands of discrimination.
yes, I have been discriminated against because I'm a vegan. I have been fed vegan food, but the guards they don't get involved when those south side ex-cons who come in from being in jail, from being evil bastards. They were trying to fight me, and I
Sir,
I could.
sir, 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 are you saying that the guards didn't step in and make you feel? Did you
The
feel
guards
helpless?
watched. The guards watched. I had to defend myself. I broke a man's leg, and luckily Torden was there to help handle with the other two men who were trying to heckle me because I got the tofu instead of the chicken.
Okay.
And the guards just watched.
Discriminated against.
They didn't even give the man medical attention that I broke his leg in self-defense.
Help my clients at all and caused distress.
It was very distressing.
Yes, sir. All right. All right. So after that, is there anything else you would like to like? When you were getting moved here, was it stressful? Did you feel you were going to be hurt or injured? What charges were you put in here for? Things of that nature.
I was just thrown in here about a couple weeks ago. I still haven't even seen the judge yet. I've been told that it's been moved and moved. They just picked me up. They threw me in here because he's like 4 feet tall, so he's really short and kind of like a little bit taller than a normal halfling. And he's like, I got in a fight with my wife, Cauliflower. She recently became a meat eater, and I won't lie to you, Mr. Lawyer. I got in a fight with her, but I didn't think I should have gone to jail over it. I think, throw me in for a couple days, get me some therapy, some anger management issues. I think that would have been good, but I'm not typically a violent man.
Sir, I have a question for you.
Yes,
Do you, when you say fight, do you mean a physical fight or just a argument over her choices to eat meat?
we we
Is it a
we we
physical fight or
both
not?
we both threw a few physical blows, but it just the
Okay,
the the
sir, did
people.
you start, were you the first bunch?
Yes, I'm sorry.
Do
It
they
it
know about
was
this?
they know that I hit her once in the fight, and then I I
Okay.
was the one who called the cops though on myself. And I deserve to go to jail for a little bit of time over this fight, but they have treated me inhumanely. I've asked for therapy. I have asked for counseling. I've asked about my judge and my time. They haven't even let me see a judge or a lawyer. I've just been getting in here almost assaulted every single day because I eat tofu instead of the chicken or the meatballs. And I just want to see my wife and apologize. I haven't even gotten a phone call.
I appreciate your honesty, sir. Let me just write all this down. I have treated inhumanely. Um,
I may have done some wrong, sir. I deserve some time, but I don't deserve to be treated like I'm not even human, or not even halfling, sir. I love my wife, and even if she does eat that goddamn chicken, I I'll still love her. And I shouldn't have
so
done
when the day came up to actually see people face to face and have a physical, like, behind the glass scene,
that. Mhm.
were you allowed to see your wife? And did she show up?
From what was told, she wasn't there, but also I heard from some individuals that they have been denying access to their family on accordance that they are too dangerous to be talking to the outside world. Sir,
Oh, they
I
are
I
fucked.
I hit my wife once. I'm not saying it was okay, but I should still be able to see her if she was here. I don't even know if she even showed up. If you could even if I hand you my
Sir,
address, you
sir, I
could check
understand.
my wife and let me know if she came to see me that night. I would appreciate it. He hands you like a piece of paper with his home address.
Him not being able to see his wife. Turning her away falsely. Okay. Falsely. Okay. Is that all, or do you think there's more that you should tell me?
That's about it. I could keep adding more stuff, but you basically got the gist.
Okay, that's what I got so far. Broccoli discriminated against and guards didn't help my client at all and caused distress. Kept moving court dates. Oh, I messed that up. I'm gonna say kept moving court dates around. Possible discrimination. Got into a fight with his wife. Yikes, LMAO. Treated inhumanely. Wasn't given a phone call. Caused stress to him by not being able to see his wife, potentially turning her away falsely.
Yeah, that sounds
Thank you,
about right.
Broccoli. Thank you, Broccoli, for all your time. And I will do my best to shorten your sentence so that you feel like you deserved your time and that you can face your wife proudly as a man. And I will get you that therapy, and I will do my best to make sure that justice is done by you.
Thank you, sir. He kind of leaves and heads out to his cell.
Ooh, ooh,
Oh yeah.
ooh, ooh!
Oh
I
what?
just checked the other thing. They weren't given inadequate space. That's also an inhumane charge. Oh my god, they're so fucked.
Yeah.
Jordan's a big boy.
Yeah.
They still should have accommodations for different prisoners, knowing that different races exist.
Yeah. Everything's human based on this island.
Then that's discrimination.
All right.
I
Do,
should
do,
not have as much fun with this.
what?
I should not have as much fun with this, but I
Dude,
am.
it's freaking fun, dude. I was worried that this was gonna be drawn out. I'm so glad Loki came in at the right time to put on a suit and tie and play lawyer. Oh my god, dude! I thought this was gonna be like a long, drawn out process of you guys having to get into courts and stuff, and Loki out here just pulling out the freaking law book, and it's like, nah, bitch, we getting this done in one session, flat.
All right, there it is.
Okay. So now that you have like all the information and stuff, do you wish to try to set a court date and get all of it kind of hammered out tonight?
Yes.
All right. So
If you guys are okay with like setting it up in this session, I'd be down with that. It just depends on what they feel like, because honestly, I feel like this is gonna be a pretty cut and dry. Like I'm gonna be a religious fucking zealot and get
yeah,
this shit over with.
y'all ready to crack out the court case? McKean's MP'd, so you're not able to help him, but he'll have help like off session. He
Oh
also
yeah,
has some ties on the island that'll get him
yeah. I
out
was gonna
pretty
say
easily.
he has ties to royalty. He'll be fine.
Yeah. So, are y'all ready for the court? I'm
Are you
gonna
guys
take that
ready?
as I'm gonna take that as a yes.
Yeah, I'm ready for it.
Okay.
I just
Okay.
didn't want to like steamroll whoever else wanted to say anything, so I was like, I'll be quiet for a second before I say yes.
Okay.
All right.
So you, Mr. Maggot, kind of go up to the main person of the prison, and you hand them a piece of paper, and it's a form that says court date request or whatever, and basically are just trying to ask when their court date is. And the receptionist, she kind of is like chewing some gum. She's like, "Well, sir, their court date is a week, maybe two. Things change a lot in these courts."
Ma'am, I want you to understand that my clients have waited long enough. They've been treated unjustly, and I have enough evidence here to like make sure that this place is in a lot of trouble. And if you do not make it apparent that my clients get immediate care, I will make sure this whole prison goes down to where it should be. I will make sure that it will never hold another
Sir,
person again.
sir. They just got booked 6 hours ago. That cannot be that much trauma caused to them people that we just brought in. Especially this is a high security intermittent jail for them to get a court date. This is a little more complicated. I don't know if you know how that works where you come from, Mister
Are
Armored
you
Suit Tie.
discriminating against me,
I don't know. Am I?
ma'am? Thank you.
What do you mean, thank you, Mr. Armored Suit Man? You just need to get your court date when you get your court date.
And he's just basically just writing down everything that she's
Yeah,
saying.
yeah. He's just like writing it down in a notepad like freaking Blue's Clues.
Yeah.
Mhm, mhm,
Mhm.
I see.
So, ma'am, I didn't know if you realize this or not, but where I come from, what that you so gratefully unknow, my armor is a sign of resilience and a sign of our love to our Lord. And I want you to understand that every little spike and weird thing coming out of my armor is how my Lord, as a religious man, loves me. And I want you to understand that this is religious discrimination. And if I don't get my client set up, I will go straight to the warden with this information and how I have been treated as a lawyer, and I will sue you into the dirt. Give me a court date and make it stick, or so help me God, I will make it stick regardless, suing you.
She kind of chews her gum and swallows a little bit, and she's like, okay, Mr. Armor Suit Man, I can look at the court dates. She kind of looks into like the paperwork in front of her and is like, it looks like their court date. What's one of their names?
Torden.
Torden. All right, the tall blue one. Okay, I remember him coming in through booking. Nice man, I guess. I mean, a lot of them had to restrain him or something. I don't know. I don't know. It was gonna be like a month or something. Mind you, you'd look through the laws for like the past couple hours, and it's supposed to be an orderly, timely thing. So it's supposed to be within like a week, but like it's been a month out. No
Ma'am,
bail price has been set. Yeah.
ma'am, I need you to understand that I've looked at the laws of this island, I've looked at the laws of the land, I've looked at laws of different lands. I know that you don't have a court date out of a week. I also know that you can't keep them here that long, legally speaking, because this is a jail, not a prison. Keeping him here that long would be inhumane. Also, like I said before, I have a stack of evidence to use against you by multiple different clients who have been here. And I also have one interesting client who's been here a little bit longer than the other ones, whose court date kept getting set back. And so help me God, if that happens to my client, my clients, I can't even begin to describe the unmistakable rage your boss will feel as you get fired.
Okay. Let me go look at some paperwork. Give me like a few minutes. She kind of gets out of her chair and just kind of starts waddling her way to the back office, and you just hear her kind of be like, "Yeah, okay, there's a guy. He's saying something about court dates. He's getting really angry about the fact that this is kind of what you're overhearing
Yeah,
because she's kind of loud and kind of bitching, like." He really wants his fucking court date. I mean, can we just get him to shut up and just give him a court date that sooner? And her boss is kind of chewing her out. And she comes back. She's like, "All right, you just got me chewed out with my boss. I can get you a freaking court date tomorrow. Okay, one of the people is being in solitary confinement, so his court date's getting delayed. So I can put you in that slot with your 4 clients. Will that be acceptable for you, Mr. Lawyer?"
yes, but I do have a question. Is he getting his court delayed because of the fact that he's in solitary confinement?
I'm not at charge to discuss that with an individual that's not on his case.
Raven, I have a question. Would I get in trouble for casting a passive spell here?
I don't think they have any mages on standby that would be able to detect magic.
Okay. I want to use area of truth on this bitch for her to tell me if it actually is based on the Yeah, no, I'm ripping her a new asshole. Like, I want to use
me
that
double
spell.
check. Let me double check if Area of Truth places anything on the floor.
Let me see if it's Area of Truth. I can't remember the exact name of it. It's the same one that I
Zone of
used
truth.
before, where it kind of made that
Zone of Truth.
Zone of Truth. Yes.
Create a magical zone. I don't think they'd be able to notice you casting it. It doesn't look like. Yeah, I don't see why she'd be able to detect it. I mean, she might
Okay.
see like some weird like colors, but that's about it.
Okay. I cast Zone of Truth.
What do you want again, Mr. Lawyer?
Okay. I want the honest truth. Do you intentionally set back court dates depending on the prisoner's behavior and also depending on their social status?
I mean, we're a prison. We tend to do that. I mean, that's just how prisons are ran usually. But I mean, that prisoner that's getting put back in solitary. I mean, he's been a bitch to everyone. I mean, freaking idiot, man. I mean, I don't really pay attention to the prisoners.
I
I'm
have a
just a
question.
receptionist. Yeah.
I have another question for you. Um, are you calling him an idiot because of his actions or because of his race? What race is he, ma'am?
I don't pay attention to his race. I just know he's an idiot because he was causing trouble for the guards. I don't know many of the details. I just know he's just one of
Okay.
the random prisoners.
And for one last question to you, what would happen to be your name, ma'am?
You could call me Martha.
See, I didn't ask. You can call me. What is your name, ma'am?
It's Martha.
Okay.
I'm trying to think of a last name for her. Martha
Martha,
Burgers.
Martha.
Martha Burgers.
Okay. And Martha, I have a question. Do you get like money or kickbacks from doing like not nice things to prisoners or ignoring things and making sure that things just run smoothly over prisoner safety?
I mean, I don't get no kickbacks, but I mean, the less complaints that go to the government, I mean, the more we get our money. The longer we keep the prisoners, the more money we make. So, I mean, I'm not keeping people in here extra, but I mean, if it happens, it wouldn't surprise me.
Okay. Thank you, madame. And in truth, very, very last question to you. I'm sorry for taking up so much of your time. Can you honestly promise me that my clients will get their case in a like at least attainable time? I want it to be at least like a week time from now to a week and a half.
I mean, I can just get you in tomorrow. I mean, we're already putting that guy in solitary confinement for yelling at one of the guards, so I mean,
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
yeah.
I hope you have a good rest of your day. And I walk away. And as I start to walk away, you can see the mushrooms kind of start to dilute a bit, and then she starts to realize everything she just said.
Yeah, she's kind of sweating a bit.
Yeah, good. Okay.
She's done.
Yeah, she
Yeah,
good.
she's cooked.
Alright, so a day passes. Would you like to bring the prisoners anything to eat? Like something fancy?
Um, literally, dude,
Yeah.
I'm gonna crack some asshole. Like, yeah, sure, I'll bring them some food, and I'm gonna have actually someone else bring it to them because I'm representing them. I don't want them to get infected. I want them to
Okay.
be in tip-top condition when they actually reach there, if I can help it.
Alright, so
If they do have any bruises from the prison, though, I want that shit showing.
okay, understandable. So as the next day passes, everyone roll me a 1d20. Just flat 1d20, except you, Loki.
Yep.
I don't know if you have roll 20 up. Just a flat 1d20. Alright, Zane, you got a 6, okay. Lysmith, just roll a 1d20.
I just stepped away from my computer. Give me like 2 seconds.
Alright. You good. And Narza, roll me a 1d20 whenever you get a second. wherever. It doesn't matter if it's in roll 20. I was just saying roll 20 would be easier.
16.
Oh wait, what do you want me to roll for?
Just roll me a 1d20. I haven't told you guys yet.
Okay. I got a nat 20.
You got a nat 20. All right, perfect. That actually works out really well. All right, so in the
There
middle
we
of
go.
the
Okay.
night, before your guys are like woken up, um, Torden's asleep, perfectly fine and safe in his cell. Um, Narza, you kind of have a weird sense that something's amiss and kind of wake up in the middle of the night as you wake up and hear screaming from Zane's cell as he's getting dragged out of his cell and beaten with like soap and like socks and stuff, and you just start getting beaten. Currently, you are each in your cells though. What would you like to try to do to stop Zane from getting assaulted at night?
Did I wake up?
You're asleep right now. Narza got a nat 20, so he's awake a little sooner than you. But
I was about to say I
Zane's
wouldn't
getting
hear
ganged up
anything
on.
though.
Yeah, you wouldn't hear anything. You guys are each in separate cells right now. Zane,
Gordon's deaf. You
yeah,
literally wouldn't hear anything.
yeah. So you're asleep. You're safe though. But Zane's getting beaten down by
Probably yell out.
sheets.
Probably yell out. Probably yell out for the guards. Maybe.
Okay. I'll roll a d20. Um, the guards definitely hear you, and they're slowly walking towards Zane. Zane, give me a second. 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Zane, take 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13 damage. Because
How
they're
much
all
health does
improvised
he
Wow.
have?
attacks. Y'all should be full health from your journey here. So Zane, just take 13 damage of improvised damage. So they're just like bludgeoning you right now.
Okay.
Yeah. So you take about 13 points of damage from the assailants. They're all masked and stuff. But Narza, since you have that nat 20, you do notice some tattoos that represent South Side. I mean South Face. And then the guards kind of just shoo him
Okay.
off and then pick up Zane and just kind of toss him back in the cell. And then leave.
Why am I still
Did,
here? Just a
Why am I
summer.
just a summer? So, as the day turns to bright day, Lysmith, you kind of wake up, had a really nice, good sleep, didn't hear any of the screaming, and Narza, was able to just keep Zane safe from getting absolutely mauled.
I do have a bad question,
Yeah.
which doesn't change anything. He still would have got information out of me. But since I am deaf and I mostly read people's lips, are me and Maggot able to communicate effectively?
Um, probably. I don't know.
I realize I can't see his face.
It could be a magic metal that morphs his lips.
Okay. Yeah, no, I was just trying not to be an asshole. I was like, wait a second.
Yeah, no, I get you. I get you. It could be a bit. It could be a bit that you guys like are talking really weird, bro. So you guys wake up and you just see Zane just covered in bruises from the South Side gang or South Face gang, and Maggot arrives bright and early, and Martha is the receptionist again, and she says, "Hello again, Mr. Maggot, I think I heard was your name.
Yes, ma'am.
They will be seeing you now, and you go
Understood.
and get brought by the guards. That's literally just Zane every session. So you guys you see Torn perfectly fine. You see Narzo a little concerned, and then you just see Zane with like 18 bandages across his body, just like, "Hey, buddy."
I'm good.
I immediately see the damage on his body. I go, do they have security, like magic security cameras here?
They wouldn't. It would be all like eyewitness testimony.
Okay. I talked to the rest of them. I understand the full story. Let's just skip past that because I heard everything that happened.
Yeah, basically you get the gist that they were beaten.
Yeah.
That he was beaten by prisoners, and guards were just taking a while. You just
Yeah.
basically take down the notes.
I go back to the receptionist. I go up to her and I say, "Ma'am, I know it was exceedingly difficult yesterday. You told me that they were taken in yesterday, 6 hours ago, and you said nothing bad could really happen, right?
Yeah.
Why the hell is one of my clients beaten?"
I don't know. Sometimes they get into fights in the mess hall. I don't know. Prisoners do
Ma'am,
what
this was
prisoners
during the
do.
night.
I don't know. He might have gotten out of his cell.
Ma'am, I was told there was from multiple eyewitnesses. I was told that not only was it multiple prisoners, implying they weren't just regular prisoners; they were decently big guys, right? Implying that they were let out of their cells. Two, also implying the guards took extremely long to get there.
Only after Narza even alerted the guards
Yeah,
specifically.
yeah.
She'd be like, I don't know. I don't work the night shift, so how would I know what they do in the night?
Ma'am. Now, I'm going to tell you how this is going to go. Yesterday, that weird thing where you just kind of told me what was going on, I could do that again. Or you could just tell me the truth. What's going on?
Listen, okay, I don't really like to get into all the politics of what happens in this prison, okay? I'm just a
Literally your job.
receptionist. As long as you get my name off this fucking list of yours, I will tell you, okay? Sometimes some of them Southside reverting terrorists like to go beat up some of the newbies in the prison, and the warden tends to get a little bit of a kickback because they get to say the prisoners were fighting, they get to keep them in here a little longer, delay the court cases, and it's very under wraps. I mean, this is a terrorist prison. These people are not good people. Anything anyone says is often just shut down, if you think about it. Like, these are terrorists, these are drug dealers, these are people that society doesn't like. And this is basically like almost like as high as you get to maximum security without being pure solitary confinement. So, this in between prison is basically ready for like the lowest of the low criminal.
So, ma'am,
Yeah.
if this prison is truly as bad as you say, why was my clients, who did do things, but they had a court date coming up, put in this prison before they were convicted?
Because they just had the rap sheet that the warden liked.
Okay.
Criminals,
Thank you for.
terrorists, assassination attempts, like these people aren't. I mean, I'm not gonna judge. You know, you're a lawyer. You're saying that they're framed or whatever. I don't know. They just had the rap sheet that would keep them in here for a long time and give a lot of kickbacks.
Ma'am, I want you to understand something. Not only am I not taking your name off this list, I get a little closer to her. Just a little bit, not to alert her or anything, but making sure she understands I'm serious. I am also going to be having you as a representative in my court because you gave me information. I need you there to back up my information. So you involved yourself in this. I do not feel bad for what happens in this court.
As long as you keep me out of jail. Okay, I didn't do anything. I checked people in and I just didn't say anything, okay?
Yeah,
You can't
crime by association.
I
I'll
didn't
see you
do
in
nothing.
court.
Fucking
I just
metal
walk away.
wearer.
Oh, I bet I heard that shit. I yell behind me, "You're fucked," as I write that down.
I don't know. I'm just trying to think of the greatest slur for someone who wears armor constantly. I don't fucking know.
You fucking tin can.
Actually, yeah, changes to tin can. Can fuckers. I don't fucking know.
All right, cool.
All right. So, as you head to the courtroom, your four clients are brought in. You see Broccoli sit down on a human-sized chair. He fits just okay on it. And then you see Zane get put on a chair, but he's having some crutches right now because he kind of got injured a bit. So just kind of playing it up that he's injured. He doesn't need crutches. He just has crutches because fucking I think it's funny.
No, realistically, they would do that.
Yeah. So imagine like a kobold trying to walk with human-sized crutches.
Okay.
Like that meme. So he's a little unstable with his crutches, but you know it's just like short-term crutches. And then you see Narza just kind of walk into the room and get settled down at the table. And then you see Torden get kind of walked in by like 8 guards, just very carefully. Would you like to try to sit on one of the human chairs or what?
Um, just for giggles and shits, I would like to purposefully sit down a little bit tough on one of the chairs.
Okay, so as you try to like sit down on the chair, first you break off the 2 arm guards just by your weight and sitting on it, and then you proceed to have the chair collapse under you. And the court reporters are just kind of looking at you, and the lawyer's a little like everyone's just kind of a little confused why you're like sitting on a literal broken chair just on the floor.
All right.
Uh,
Now that all
And
my
then just stop and kneel and go, I guess you don't make chairs for me.
they begrudgingly say, "What would you like a chair that's the size of a Goliath, sir?"
That would be nice. I assumed that you knew that I was going to be here.
Yes, that would have probably been smarter. So they bring out a chair that actually can support your weight and size, and you sit down next to everyone and just kind of take a seat. So at the I don't know all the terms specifically, but basically you sit down and you see Judge Julius is on the stage and he goes, "Hello." I don't know why I'm making him British. Half his island is black. That's the funny part. I'm just making the scumbag guys British and like Southern. But the judge sits at his chair and he says, "Hello, I am your judge, Sir Julius. I have been appointed for this case. It appears we have 4 individuals being defendants for crimes, 3 with the same charges, and 1 other that is supposedly a witness. Um, Mr. Fabio, would you like to be the prosecutor as usual?" And you just see this guy with like a big freaking pompadour kind of just stand up and he's like, "Yes, I, Sir Fabio, shall be the prosecutor of this court case." They're both just like twirling their mustaches at each other.
What kind
Is
of
that what
lawyer
we're
is this?
calling them now?
Yeah.
okay.
And the judge Julius goes and he says, "Mr. Maggot, may you rise to the stand for a moment and introduce yourself to the court?"
I would love to, but first I would like to use my surname. It is more respectful to my culture if you, in this sort of situation, use my actual name and not my nickname. what everyone else calls me.
Mr. Mugtalu?
Yes, I will now stand. And I
Alright.
stand up. You can kind of hear the suit shifting over the armor because it was tailored.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, for the crimes that have been distributed to 3 of your 4 clients, for attempted murder of a king, destruction of government property, terrorism, a military coup, assault, murder of a witness lying under oath, and other charges that are less severe but are tacked on. How do your clients plead, Mr. Mugtalu?
Not guilty.
Not guilty? Alright. And he kind of just points at Brock, and Brock kind of sits like behind you guys to be a witness because he'll be handled after.
Yeah.
So he's like, "Alright, all 3 of you are saying not guilty. We shall begin the trial." Mr. I forget. Is it the defendant who goes first or the prosecutor? I always
Pretty
forget.
sure it would. I'm pretty sure it would come
Pretty
down
sure
to
it's
the. Yeah, you explain it.
pretty sure the defense is first and the prosecution. Defense is
And
ready, Your Honor. The
all right,
prosecution is also ready, Your Honor.
yeah.
Yeah.
Court orders of operation. Does defense or prosecution begin? I'm googling this real quick. The prosecutor makes the opening statement because the government has the burden of proving. Okay, so, Mr. Fabio, might you go up and prosecute these individuals? And Fabio goes, "Yes, sir, I shall go up to it." So he strokes his mustache and heads up to the front of the room and he says, "My jury and individuals, we have 3 unsavory individuals here tonight. They have attempted to murder a fine king on the first island of this world in the Outer Ring. Personally, I'm very fond of that island. It is just such a shame that he was almost killed by an explosion caused by the crew of this unsavory pirate individual. They've also destroyed government property and have also committed acts of terrorism by releasing werewolves onto the city. Thousands died, barely even kept the Church of Adonatology even safe. Miss Samantha, my heart goes out to her for trying to keep everyone safe. So, they've even committed assault and murdered the witness that they were trying for such a minor crime of drug dealing, Miss Akira, who tragically was murdered in an explosion in a courtroom in front of the king. And they dared lie under oath that she released the werewolves or something along those lines. How would the defense plead?
All right. I would like to. Is there? Okay. So my question to you,
Yeah.
when it comes to this man making those accusations to my clients, is there any hard evidence saying that they actually did?
They have the eyewitness testimony. They have the evidence of the
I mean the werewolves,
of the werewolves.
or is that just kind of association?
Association.
Okay.
They don't have any hard evidence of you doing the werewolves. They don't have the evidence that you have of the bottle, the bathwater, the drugs, causing werewolfification.
Do I actually have that bottle with me?
Yes, you do have the bottle, and that's what Timmy was doing. Was he was getting the information, and then when you came in, he handed you the document. So you have the document in your files.
Now, my
To be
question:
able to
Does this
pull it.
bottle have her name on it, and is it shown to be her merchandise?
It would be her
Yeah, it was
altered
one from
name.
the.
Yeah, it would have her markings of her covert business, so they would be able to associate it with Akira.
Okay. I'm going to assume going into this trial, I knew about this
Yeah.
and that the bottle is on me.
Yes.
I, standing up, I look to the jury, and I would hope that it is a jury of, you know, a not biased jury
Mhm.
by any means. I look to them.
Would you like to make a perception check on that actually?
Sure.
Okay. Roll me perception.
Let me get on because I actually didn't have D20 open because that was such a long pre-case.
Yeah.
Sorry. I'm opening it
Also,
up.
is it
Okay.
12 people on a jury?
Pretty
Okay.
sure. All right. Perception. Here it is. Can I do a throw of it? Wait. Senses. Wait. Wisdom, charisma, constitution, dexterity, strength. Wait. Is it under saving throws? Wait. Where is it at?
You can just do. Do you want me to just roll a d20 or it would be under perception. So look at your skills on D&D Beyond,
Okay.
and it will be under, I believe, wisdom or charisma. I don't have D&D. Actually, I do have D&D Beyond open. Perception is wisdom. It's just above performance. It's about halfway down on your skill list.
Okay. Let's roll it. I get a 19.
All right, you look over at the jury and you notice something's off. Luckily,
Okay.
though, you get basically a perfect perception on this. You notice about 5 of them are looking at the judge and looking at the rest of the people. About half of the jury, a little under half of the jury, is bought out.
Okay.
They haven't been able to stack the jury nearly as hard as they could have.
Okay.
So be wary of about 5 of them.
Okay. Noticing these people, knowing that they were probably brought out by the judge, I stand up. You know, I'm already standing. I thinking about how I'm gonna word this because there's a specific pattern to this to where they can get off scot-free. I just gotta figure out the pattern real quick.
Yeah.
That's the thing. Normally they have more time to actually like get papers down and shit. So they're talking about the charges about the woman who what is her name again?
Akira.
Aurora. Akira. Okay, Akira. Okay. I look at the judge. I look at the prosecutor. I look
Mhm.
back at my clients. I say, do you have any hard evidence of my clients doing these crimes? Or is this slander against their good name? Because from what I've collected and what I know about my clients, there is no hard evidence about the assassination of the king. All that happened was that there was a handshake, an explosion happened, and my clients were more than likely victims of the situation. They were wrongfully in my opinion, as a lawyer, they were wrongfully convicted in that situation and not done correct justice by the system that they trusted.
Well, you see, they were known to have been around her, and she was an employee of the Despera Company, and they had known allegiances with Mr. Despera. We are currently questioning him with the noble suite of the law, so we will get back to knowing about him. However, Miss Akira was with the party for a short time, from eyewitness testimony and from her compatriots from the first island, that they went to help look for the Cornwalls together. And Akira murdered a Cornwall, and the party was with her. Did they bring her to justice then? No, they did not.
But let me ask you this. Going on that journey, do you think that Akira was honestly against it? Do you think that she was drugged out of her mind and not given consent? Or did it look like, from the eyewitnesses that you stated, she was wrong, like she just went with the party from consent? If that was the justice you were talking about, as an adventurer, you have to know going into those situations, bad things can happen. Anything can happen when you're out there. I feel like that doesn't fall under my party's jurisdiction, knowing the risks of going into those horrible situations. anything can happen to anyone. You can be
She
the strongest adventurer, or you can be the weakest, and
no,
it can happen to anyone.
she murdered a guy, is what he's saying.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay.
Sorry, that's why I'm stopping you.
Okay.
She
No,
basically
that's
what
fine.
happened. What he's saying is eyewitness testimony from her client is that the party was with her when she murdered a nobleman,
Okay.
and they didn't try to like arrest her or try to report her at the time. They just kind of went along with it and tried to then.
Oh shit. Light work. Hold up. Let me cook.
Yeah.
Okay. Going back, I say you do understand that the corporation that Akira is coincided with when she was alive is an extremely strong and valuable organization that has a lot of connections and money. Do you not understand how scared they must have been going into that situation, not knowing if Akira would put their lives at stake, knowing that she killed a noble man? Do you not understand that she probably threatened them into silence? They were scared, Your Honor. Scared of her.
The lawyer kind of looks at the jury and looks at the rest of the party and goes, "Well, I understand that they might have been scared, but what they should have done is reported it to proper channels rather than going rogue and trying to adventure and stop this woman. They knew of terrorism being allowed, and they did nothing. So it's hard for me to believe, as a lawyer and looking at the evidence, that they weren't in on it with Akira trying to cause a military coup."
I understand what you are saying, but as also a lawyer and a man of the law and religion, I have to ask you this. Do you really think that if they had the chance, they wouldn't have stopped Akira? This goes back to my previous statement. It was a fear tactic, sir. I feel like they were put in a situation where if they didn't try to stop Akira themselves, that she was in such a position where she felt like the criminal, what is it called? The justice system wouldn't have done them justice, and that they went on their own accord, feeling that they wouldn't have done, like the justice system was basically going to be bought out. You know?
Mm, yes, I can see somewhat of what you're saying. Well, let me scroll up and make sure. Fabio kind of strokes his mustache and looks at Julius and he says, "Mr. Judge, what would you say?" And he says, "Thank you, Fabio. I appreciate your cross-examination on this. As a judge, I know this is technically breaking how it's supposed to be. I don't know court law. This is so not how courtrooms ran." But Julius kind of strokes his mustache and looks at the rest of the court and he says, "Well, what I would say under that, Mr. Fabio and Mr. Magtulu, is the party is brought up on charges of the terrorism that was caused when she was captured in a courtroom. So, yes, they had brought her in for justice, I will admit that, but then she died in front of the king. It could have been that the party was trying to assassinate the king and use Akira as a ploy. Akira might have not even been the one plotting this.
Basically,
She
just
was only brought up on
completely
drug
snap and say it was a
charges."
kangaroo court.
I mean, do you want to try to snap at the judge in the court?
I
As Loki, as the lawyer, do you recommend this to your client?
I shoot a glance back at my client as they start to say something, and I ask them please to just. I'll call upon them when I do. I like. This is a hard one, but I feel like I can. Let me cook. Let me simmer.
Right,
Okay.
right now you're simmering. You're making Fabio have to change the story a little bit because keyword prior to this they said she just was on drug charges.
Okay.
But now they just admitted that they knew something about you guys being on terrorism and are trying to spin it as that you guys were in on it with her, and then when it
No,
all
I was
failed.
gonna. I was
Yeah.
actually gonna bring that up because
Oh
of the
yeah.
fact that. Yeah. No. I was gonna ask. I was gonna say, Judge. My question to you. Um. From what I hear of this Akira person, the story keeps getting changed. I don't really know the whole situation now because the just sources, you and Fabio, I feel keep spinning it. I don't know what's the truth anymore. And I feel like that's an issue. And I'm not trying to disrespect you or disrespect anyone in this courtroom, but I do have to say that it does make me wonder how truly safe I am giving my clients the, I guess, stacked odds.
Well, we're just going off the evidence and the witness testimony that we were given from the first island and from Akira's compatriots in the business.
See, sir, I understand that, but if you truly were in ties with her compatriot and you understand that her company had drug charges and things like that, as I pull the flask out from behind me that turns people into werewolves from her company, I
Mhm.
place it on the table next to me. And I tell him, if you honestly turn that company upside down, you would understand what this is.
Fabio looks at it and he picks it up and he says, Sam, this is new evidence that hasn't been brought to the courtroom. I would like some time to examine this supposed potion that turns people into werewolves.
Ah, shit. Raven, I don't know if you fucked up or he fucked up, but I didn't mention that.
Both of us fucked up, actually. I forgot
Yep.
that he didn't say that.
Mm-hmm. So which one is it?
Actually, the document would say that it turns people into werewolves.
I
You do
didn't
have.
show off a document yet.
Oh yeah, you only showed off the potion. Yeah, no, he's fucked. I'm gonna keep that in there.
Okay.
Bro knows more. Bro knows more than he should know.
I look at him.
We never said that it was a werewolf potion.
Yeah, no, I look at him. I look back at the judge. I say, sir, I never once mentioned that there was a potion that can turn people into werewolves. I mentioned that it was a potion made by her company. That is her logo, that is her symbol. And I feel like you know more about this evidence that you are letting on. And I feel like under oath, like all of us in this courtroom, you should tell more than what you are doing. As I have a question. Can I cast that spell again, the truth spell, or will I be caught?
Roll me a stealth check. If you succeed this,
Fuck.
if you,
Fuck.
I,
Fuck.
I, I think there would be court mages to detect if there was any magic cast.
God, of course, the fucking Celtic. I don't want to do this anymore. Fuck.
Yeah.
Well, here's the thing, alright? Casting a truth spell in a courtroom on a judge to make sure that in front of a jury he is telling the truth?
It would
I
be
don't even
it would
think
be
you
a
have to do
very
that
minor.
else.
I think it would be minor. Okay. Roll the stealth check. If it works, he won't notice that it's been cast. But if it does, the jury and the people who are bought out will notice and try to like skew the questioning away to like a different time or something.
Okay.
Because if you hide it, then they just start
I got a
talking.
fucking 17. I will send that shit to you
Oh
right now.
yeah.
It's a plus
Okay.
0.
Okay. The court magicians fail their job to screw the court case over, and don't notice that you cast a truth spell.
Okay. After using sign language to cast that, I keep speaking to him. I say, sir, I want to know the truth. What do you know about this potion?
I mean, it's all in the document that you have right there. I mean, it's a werewolf potion, and yeah, sure, it was sold by Akira, but that's on the drug charges. You did still explode Akira in the middle of a courtroom. You did still do everything that was sane. It's just more of a change on words.
Sir,
Interpretation.
let me ask you this. You lied under oath. You said that you had no idea what this was. Also, you are only proven guilty when there's like full evidence of it. Saying that we did that my clients did that, isn't legally just. I feel like you're biased. I feel like I am not safe in this courtroom. I feel like you shouldn't be in the position of power that you are when it comes to this court. I feel like my clients were not given a just case. As I close my folder so no one else can see it, knowing that they would probably start trying to snoop again.
Well, you see, I am the judge that has been assigned to your case. If you wish for me to try to bring it to a recess so we can discuss this further at a later time, I can do that if you would be inclined.
No. And on top of that, I have something to bring up about that.
Yes.
This has to do with the treatment I've seen actually inside of the prison. And speaking of changing things around at a later date, Brock Lee here has been promised his court date for months. I have no idea when this guy was actually supposed to have his court case because neither does he. He has been in for quite a while because even though, yes, he did do some things that he agrees that he should not have done, he still should have had a court case. And that never happened. And that is happening to prisoners inside of that prison. And you know who told me that?
Who?
A secretary who works at that prison named Martha Burgers. Also, another thing Martha Burgers told me, as I kind of see her in the courtroom, telling her to be there.
Yeah.
I hope she's there. Yeah.
Yeah, she got subpoenaed and got dragged in.
Yeah. Okay.
Her 400-pound whale ass like me is dragged into the courtroom.
Okay.
Right.
I look directly at her, well, kind of motioning over to her, like with my head. I kind of say, she also directly told me that the less complaints, more prisoners mean more money. So they're abusing the system. They're causing prisoners to be in here longer, possibly like moving back dates and making people complain less so that they have more money to do what they want to do. They don't really put money into the prison because I see how those animals handle that place. That is no place for humans. That is no place for different races.
Well, that's another instance of this case isn't relevant to that. We can
Sure,
open up a new case to
sure.
look
Might I
over the
remind you, you are
treatment.
under oath.
I mean, the relevancy of this peculiar situation, if they were truly treated unjustly, um an investigation would be necessary. You see him like trying to like lie, but he can't. He's like trying to pick out the
Yeah.
few words that he can.
I look at him. I say, sir, I would like to call Martha Burgers to the stand.
Fuck
Guessing
it,
he's
put her up.
sweating his ass off.
Yeah, he is.
Motherfucker's like shit.
Mother Burgers will be like, okay, so what do you want to ask me?
Okay. Now reminder, the zone of truth
Yes,
is up.
it is.
Okay.
I know.
So, Martha,
Yes.
when it comes to everything that I just said, the accusations that I just said, does that not fall under the discrimination of this case?
Well, I mean, I wasn't really paying too much attention. Can you preface this information to me again? Cause I was a little hungry. I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of zoned out.
Jesus fucking Christ.
Bro, I love that. I love the cop gif you said, Elder. Holy shit. But yeah,
Okay.
she's like,
I
so just bring up a point specifically. Sorry.
okay. So I remind her of the things that she said to me and the fact that I basically like say again that the prison is extorting prisoners and their time in the prison for money.
Well, I can't say it for 100%, but I mean, I could see how 1+1 is 2.
I honestly just look at her and I say, ma'am, you are under oath. Can you please just, I need a yes or a no. What you know.
What I know, I mean, they do keep the prisoners in a little bit longer sometimes due to their behavior. I ain't a lawyer. I don't know all the books and the rules and the education crap. I don't know. I work the front desk. However, I will admit that I do see some of them prisoners in there a little longer than I remember. But I just assume there's a reason for it. But I mean, wouldn't
Okay.
surprise me that they're trying to get some money. I mean, the warden's kind of a prick.
Ma'am, that is no need to use those types of words in a.
You don't need to discriminate against my language, Mr. Tin Can.
Speaking of discrimination, I look at the judge. I say, as a reminder where I come from, my armor is a holy relic. It is very looked upon to have nice armor, to show your battle scars, and to have horns coming out of the armor. This is why when I wear this suit, I did not tailor it to hide my horns, because it is who I truly am. This woman has not only called me, and I look at her and I say, hey, tell me if this is completely true. You have discriminated against me the first day I was there, saying that my armor was, just discriminating against me. And then the second day, you said that my armor was a tin can.
I mean, you look like a dude in a tin can. I mean, it's kind of obvious looking how you look.
I take, with shaky hands, I take a drink of water, seeing that the water basically immediately goes green as I put down the water.
Yeah.
And I look back up at the judge, and I say, "This is the people you have running that rat hole you call a cell and a prison." As I let him compose himself and kind of.
Technically, she has free speech. However, in an official capacity in the courtroom, we ask that no slurs are thrown. We're not barbarians, Miss Martha Burgess. And she's like, I mean, you kind of look like a rat bastard yourself.
Shit.
And he's like,
I look at-
excuse me? Did you call me a rat bastard, you fat buffoon?
Can I say something?
Yeah.
I look at the judge. I look at
I'm
Martha
basically
Burgers.
just trying to keep myself from laughing from
Dude,
seeing them.
I
attack
shoot a glance at my clients, making sure that they don't laugh, even though the situation is fucking hilarious. I look back at the judge and the Martha Burgers in question, and I say, "This is no case to act like this. This is a situation of life and death for certain men, or at least a good majority of their life. And I would like for you both to take this seriously. And as the lawyer in the situation, I should not have to be reminding you of that, Sir Judge."
Hold on, I'm trying to pull up the clip that I'm referencing right now. Hold on. Hold on. You are a... Okay, hold on, there we go. Miss Martha, this is not your case. You're a witness. Please go sit back in your chair without breaking it. And Miss Martha Burgers
Out
looks
of
up.
character, out of character. Why does she get the good chair?
True. No. She's in a normal chair, but she's so fat she's gonna break it. And listen, I'm fat. I'm allowed to make these kinds of jokes. I am fat as fuck.
You're not fat. You're just easy to see.
Yeah. So the two characters are just like throwing slurs at each other about each other's appearance. It's like, well, you see, Mr. Judge, Mr. What's your name, Julius? Like a freaking Caesar salad, bro. Get a diet. And he's like, ma'am, do you even know what a salad is?
Raven, I have a question.
Yeah.
I have had my bell on me, the big religious bell on me. I was going to show it off. In the case of the person I have, I think it was Nazara. It was Torden. I was going to Narza. Yeah, sorry. I was going to show.
I think it was Torin that was doing it.
It was Torden with the religious artifact. I was basically going to have the whole, take, if you're going to take his religious artifact, I was going to ring the bell and then put it on the table and then say, then take mine too, because this holds extreme importance to my people, type shit. But not at this point. I'm just gonna basically ring the bell really loudly to snap them out of the slur contest.
Yeah. Julius coughs and Martha Burgers, just go back to your seat. We'll discuss your court case later. As he kind of looks at a couple of the guards in the back, and they kind of like just start putting her in cuffs.
Big cuffs, because her arms
Yeah, their arms
arms
are
are
like
kind of that.
sausages. Yeah.
Does she understand sign language?
You know what? Fuck it. Sure.
I'm gonna sign out "you owe me" to her, and then I'm going to say, "Sir, Judge, you need to understand that I called her to the stand as a witness. She, like you said before, she has free will to say whatever she wants when she's on the stand. You need to understand that as part of my, what the fuck is it called? As part of my, I'm trying to think of the word. I can't remember it.
What?
I'm
What?
just gonna
What is?
say as part of my file
Cross
against to help
examination.
out against yeah, just basically like as part of my case against the prison for my prisoner or for my clients, I feel like it is unjust to like basically, you know, put her in cuffs because I put her to the stands.
Fine. Ugh.
He's
I
like
sh-
a child.
Fine.
Ugh, ugh.
Fine. Fabio, prosecute this woman on the stand and allow Mr. Margtalu to examine her properly as a witness. And Fabio just kind of lets her back up on the stand.
Okay. And now that she's back up on the stand, I ask her, I say, "Okay, Miss Martha Burgers, I have a request of you when you are on the stand."
Yeah. Yes. I mean, yeah, yeah. Sorry, I was trying to get the voice back. I
Yeah,
normally
yeah,
do an
yeah.
effeminate voice.
Okay. So now that you have been handcuffed and almost carted away by the guards when they were given a order to, I would like you to show your wrists and your arms.
I mean, my hands are like hot dogs. Okay, they're big sausages, and she kind of like raises her hands. She's like, I have been bruised. I now have bruises on my hand. They were rough with me, and all I said was what I wanted to say, and I said he was a rat fucking bastard.
I look at her, I say, "Martha," as I ring the bell again, and I say, "Sir, this is not unique treatment. This is not because of you. This is how the guards treat people. I have 4 different situations, 5 actually, where these actually no, I have way more than that. Holy
Yeah,
shit, you guys really are fucking
yeah.
horse shit. Oh my god." I was gonna say, I have a lot of situations where the guards have been negligent and have not given in to these prisoners' needs. As I kind of pull Torden to the stand, kind of letting Martha sit down.
All right, Torin, you're now on the stand. Mr.
Okay.
Torin, you're on the stand.
Okay. I
Miss,
look at the judge and I say, "Sir, are you composed for this next person? Because I understand that Martha may have gotten a little rowdy."
I am always composed, as I am a judge of higher worth.
"Of course, sir. Thank you, sir." I look to Torden and I say, "Torden, when you were getting carted by the fucking guards, how rough were they?"
They attempted to remove me by force, which for me can be a little bit of an issue.
Okay. Um, and do you think that they saw you as a human?
They were trying to manhandle me, and they were trying to manhandle somebody who was unfortunately down a limb, which could have actually made me fall.
Understood. Now, what is this I hear of a religious item being taken away from you, Sir Torden?
When I entered in, they decided to pat me down using a stick, first of all. And then they decided to ask me to relieve myself of my very important. This is an artifact from my church. And they relieved me of my religious artifact.
Now, I would like a like I would assume like one of the strongest guards is there just to make sure the judge is safe. Raven.
Yeah.
Okay. I point to the guard that is clearly more like colored, and you can tell he has battle experience. Like basically the head guard, and I say to him, "Sir, do you know where that magical artifact is? That religious artifact that Torden so holds dear to his heart?"
It would be in the it would be in the I'm actually trying to think of the name. It would be in the confiscation armory. We have a
I'll do it.
room where we confiscate the typical things when we do booking and get everything in. So we have it safe and secure. We don't have the specific like shelf, but I know where it is if I had to go look for it for when you get released. If you get released.
My hand starts shaking as I reach my glasses, and I slowly take them off of my face.
You're just casually wearing glasses to wear
Yes.
glasses.
Yes.
Bro's got that Clark Kent energy. He's
Yes.
got
I was
glasses
wearing
over
glasses.
his metal plate, dude.
Yes. There's no reason for them to be there besides being dramatic.
Okay.
I slowly, you can clearly see my hand shaking as I take off my glasses, and I say, I ring the bell once more, except this time it wasn't a loud one. It was one of those rings where it was a ting, kind of like that, as I place it on the table, and I say, "This religious artifact is my most prized possession. My armor and my bell is my soul. This is how Torden felt after you took away his soul. Now let me ask you this. Would you take this away from me as well?"
Well, you aren't being booked for a crime, so I wouldn't be taking
I'll
it
say it in
away
the
from you.
guard's
It looks
voice.
like a weapon. No, it depends on the responses.
I
I
mean, it's, was a hammer by generality is a weapon. Even if it was a holy artifact, it's still dangerous.
That was actually pretty good. That's about what I was gonna say.
So let me ask you this then. Do you think that I would cause harm with this?
Well,
I mean, you could bean someone hard in the head with it.
I mean, dude, this is different, bro. Let me. I get for the hammer instance,
Sorry.
but no. I'm just saying because that changes the complete connotation of the court case.
So, sorry.
No, you're fine. You're
go
fine.
ahead. You go ahead. You go ahead.
You're fine. It's just I'm handling the NPCs. um, the guard would just look at your bell and he says, "Well, that's kind of different. You're not in jail. You're not in booking. You don't have terrorism charges, and it's a bell. It's not considered a weapon.
And
It's just a
how?
large bell."
So, if I had the charges of them, then it would be seen as a weapon of my clients.
No,
I don't believe you. I think
it's a bell.
that now that you've seen now that you have a connotation and a premature idea of what you think my clients could do, you would think that I would have had a weapon if you saw me with this bell in my hand. And I feel like you would have used the same strength that you did on Martha Burgers, you would have used that on me as well.
I mean, it depends if you were resisting arrest, if you were being put through booking, if you had the same kind of charges that your clients did. We have to associate the danger and threat analysis for your things. And we do have to take your equipment from you, regardless
Then
of.
let me then let me ask you this, sir. You mentioned that it comes being put away comes down to the strength, the scariness of you, and your gear, correct?
It not necessarily. It's a little more complicated than that.
Okay. Putting that aside, well, never mind. Let's focus. Martha Burgers is a 400-pound woman who has worked as a secretary her entire life. and she just
Hey,
showed her
I only
wrists after
worked
being
there for
detained.
I only worked there for about 15 years, okay? I may be a fat secretary, but I've had a life.
Martha, I understand. You are not on the stand, and I would respect if you could wait till I call you up. I thank your input though.
Fucking tin can.
I,
Sorry.
I point at her and say this. Anyway,
Sorry.
my hand starts to shake again, and I put down my hand as I look back at the guard, and I say,
Sorry.
as I look at the guard, and I say, why do you feel that Martha, someone who clearly cannot really fight back, deserved that kind of treatment? I feel like it was unjust. And I feel like my clients, it was unjust because they didn't deserve that.
Sorry. I'm sorry. Repeat that. I'm sorry. That's the first. That's what I thought in my head. I can't say that out loud though. Sorry. Please
I
repeat that.
I basically said, like, how was like you hurt Martha so much? Why did you think that she was a threat if that's how you guard people up? And also why would you think my clients were threats when it's your job to just get them there, and like it's not your job to hurt them as much as possible or threaten them, things like that.
I wasn't there for the booking process for these individuals, but I know that we have trained the guards to do threat assessments and take away anything that could be a threat and a weapon. You aren't allowed to keep many things. Give me a second.
Well,
Okay, I'm back. Sorry, my mom was just talking to me. Um, where was I? So I wasn't there for the threat assessment of the inmates. However, we have been through thorough training. And I think we've done thorough training. I mean, I back in my day we had some thorough training. Okay, I don't know how the academy's doing anything nowadays, but I mean, I would hope that we're doing this thorough training. His
so you're
brain just kind
telling
of
me,
starts looking puzzled, actually, because of
so
the
you're
truth spells going on. He can't
yeah.
say that he knows because he doesn't know off the top of his head.
I look at the judge and I say, so you're telling me that in this high security prison that's supposed to make sure that these prisoners, even though they have their own issues and disagreements, not only are they discriminated against, not only are people on the outside, Martha Hamburgers, understand what's going on, not only is
Martha
there
Hamburger. I
Martha
fucking love that.
Hamburgers.
Just like you,
um,
bitch.
but yeah, basically, you understand all of this, and you have untrained guards, potentially untrained guards.
I do not oversee their training. That's for some of the lower ranked guards. I handle politics and protecting our judges in this prison.
But 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 sir, these are the most dangerous people on this island and potentially islands out. You need to understand that this should be a professional operation.
It,
My clients should not have any chance of danger while they are in here. Like, things happen in a prison. I understand that. But look at one of my clients as I kind of, have Zane, stand up, showing off all the bruises he's gotten, you know.
um the guard he looks at Zane's bruises and he says, "Those are some nasty bruises. Probably happened by some inmates during mess hall. It happens."
Oh, oh, yeah. Except for the fact that Martha Burgers also snitched about another thing. Um, she mentioned that there was a gang that was notorious for beating new inmates. And it seems that even though my clients have only been there about a day and a half, um, they were also part of these beatings. And from what I've heard, when one of my people, like, you could hear him getting beaten, right? It only was until one of the other inmates screamed for the guards that they finally started walking over It wasn't a run. It was a walk. They knew what was going on and they deliberately went out of their way to walk.
I have never instructed the guards to walk to an incident like that. Our job is to protect the inmates, but during the nightly rounds, a lot of noises happen sometimes. So, I mean, it would make sense to me, at least, that they weren't sure of what was fully going on, but then they got the guards to go away, from my understanding. And,
So,
and, and he pulls up an incident report and he says, from what the guards say, the kobold was attacked. He was outside of his cell. He wasn't supposed to be there. And 5 masked, cloaked individuals attacked him, and the guards ran him off. But they unfortunately were not able to catch them, according to the report.
so now that I know, now that you are under oath in this court case, I have another thing to ask you. How did 5 people who are notorious, I'm guessing at this point because you can see the tattoos on them, how
Yeah.
were they able to get out of their cell at night? How were they able to get to my prisoner's cell at night? How were
They
they, or my client's cell at
they
night?
probably had some contraband. We are going to do a thorough search through every cell. Currently, it is happening right now. A thorough cell search for contraband for most of the prisoners.
I look at him and I say, and yet, too little, too late. Zane will not get any justice for what happened, so I have to stand up and do that. I am here to make sure that these 5 men, because they have a glimpse of what their tattoos look like, get brought to justice.
I mean, there's a lot of gang tattoos in prison. It wouldn't surprise me if they tatted up to. He just kind of stops. He's like, tattoos of other gangs happen. I mean, it said it was South Side, South Face. I mean,
So you're aware of the gang.
well, the gang is supporters. Actually, they're more like terrorists. Uh, they they
Supporters.
they support the South Face, the enemy nation. You know, the Civil War. You know, we're North
Oh,
Side, South Face. You know, we have prisoners from the South in our prisons, and people who support them who have committed terrorism on the fact of South Face ideals. So those people are bad people. I don't know how they got out of their cell. They're not supposed to be not watched. They're very high profile criminals. That's why they're in the jail getting sent to solitary confinement. They're just kind of.
and with that being said, they got all 5 of them had time to put on a mask, get out of their cell, walk most of the way across to the prison to my client's room, open said cell door, which let's both be honest, the cells are locked at night. How did they get in? But you're not aware of that clearly because,
They could have lockpicked.
sir, if they're getting lockpicks into the prison, you need to do a more thorough search of the gifts they are given
They
by
could
their
have gotten a
families.
paperclip. They could have gotten the proper perfect thing for any electronic devices.
Sir, sir, where would they have gotten a paperclip from, if not from your negligence?
They could have smuggled in some paper clips. The very most optimal electronic and lockpicking device.
Sir,
Please tell me you know what I'm referencing.
I do. Shut up.
Sorry. We called it. Sorry, I just wanted to call it Project Paperclip, even though that's not what it is. Sorry. Um, sorry. I'll be more serious again. I
Hmm.
mean, there could be a lot of ways into a prison. You know, we search the most of the cells.
Most.
I mean, yeah,
I'm
you
pretty
know,
sure you're supposed to search every cell.
I'm
Why?
repeating it because you guys didn't hear me say most the first time.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, I said
It's
the
late at
first
night.
time. Yeah, no, he said, yeah, no, we searched most of the cells. But,
So, what do you mean most of the cells, sir?
well, I mean, some inmates are on good behavior, so we don't search them as often or
I
ever.
look After hearing that, I slowly turn back to the judge and say, "How long has this been going on?"
Well, I mean, I'm not in charge of the prison, but I would assume we should get the warden in to discuss this further. And he kind of claps his hand and has the warden get sent in. And
Like,
Mhm.
we'll call him Warden Rick. I don't know.
what's the what's the I don't what is it?
No, yeah.
Mm.
Coral. Sorry.
I'm basic I'm basically doing a freaking Morty Rick.
Rick. Rick.
All
All right.
right.
I feel impersonally called out.
What is it?
Yeah. You want me to change his name from Rick Lysmith or not?
Nah, I just want to say it.
Yeah. I didn't even think about that. That's funny. Um. No, Warden Rick goes up to the stand and he says, What is this about my prison? I was
I look
I
at
was
him.
taking a nice nap in my car, and I get a call from this judge that they're interrogating my prison right now.
I look at the warden and I say, "Sir, from everything I have heard from your secretary, to the things I have seen, to the treatment of my prisoners, from everything going on, to the fact that this is supposed to be a maximum security prison, and the fact that there are extremely dangerous people here, you need to understand your prison is not up to code. There is multiple violations that I have just seen, and that I have witnesses from poor prisoners who are supposed to have their juries done, but they haven't even gotten a case yet. Like this man, Brock Lee, over here." And
Excuse
I
me.
just
The
The
warden probably just the warden probably just picks his nose and just ignores you. Oh, I'm
no,
sorry. Did you
no,
say
no, no.
something?
It's even worse, bro. He's gonna look at you, and he's gonna look to Julius, and he's gonna look to the 5 jury members, and he's gonna look at Fabio, and he's gonna say, "This is why I'm called in here for accusations to my good name." And he's
accusations.
gonna look at a couple of the jury members, and he says, "Judge, can we get a 15-minute recess without the jury, please?" And the judge kind of looks and kind of nods as hold on, let me do the math real quick. Seven of the jury members leave,
Fuck.
and
I
they kind of sit, and the warden sits down, and he says, "Well, let's have a break from the jury for a little bit. Let's talk man to man. Why are you trying to be a thorn in my side?"
Because you run this prison like a goddamn ape. If you're gonna talk to me man to man, first of all, I'm not a man. I'm not a woman. I am a demon. I am a certain race of people that you discriminate against. I am part
I
I am different from you, but I am equal. I have
I
seen the
I don't
discrimination that you have in this prison.
I don't care about your race or whatever. All I care about is the money my prison's generating me and my compatriots. So now that we don't have all these jury members that are on and trying to get me in trouble, or
Patriot?
I have to get you in trouble, give me a second. Let me pull up the DM die real quick.
Raven, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is there any way I could cast a spell for them to hear this? I'm pretty sure I have a spell like that.
If you have a spell to like increase audio or something, sure.
Alright, I'm gonna look.
Yeah. But while he's talking, he's kind of waving his hands around, and you notice a south side tattoo or south face tattoo on his arm that he's trying to hide.
Oh.
Convenient.
I see him up on the stand, and I say, "Sir, as a man on the stand right now, I understand you think you have the high ground, but I have a question for you. I would like to cast Command Level 1, which is basically only control over one monster in
Okay.
the zone. And the command is
Or
basically,
person.
yeah, or a person, anything.
All right. What's your one word command for it?
Just,
Because
I
isn't
kind of
command
want to
one
say,
word?
no, not just one word. It's just a command. It's a one word. I say one word that he has to do.
Yeah.
There's speculation depending on the word I say.
Okay.
Okay. So basically, I want to, like, the zone of truth is helping for sure.
Yeah.
I want to say truth from this man to just double enforce the fact that he has to tell the truth. And
I
then
mean,
after that,
I was gonna say like the zone of truth lasts like a little bit longer because it's been far more than 10 minutes of
okay,
IRL time, but
yeah,
there's a little bit more truth to it. But he's able to kind of start slipping in and lying.
okay.
But what would you like to command?
I would like to command and ask him. Basically, oh, I don't know if I want to command anymore then. If the zone of truth is still working, basically, I would like to using the zone of truth and the oath that he is under. Say, sir, I need you to roll up your arm.
I'm trying to think of a way you could command that.
I'm not trying to command, like, dude, I'm not trying to use the
Oh,
command
okay.
anymore because the zone of truth is still active. Yeah.
He's got his hands together and he's like, I don't need to roll up my arm for any reason to help you with whatever you're trying to do.
Because if I'm not mistaken, and I don't think I am because demons have amazing eyesight and dark vision.
Hmm.
You need to understand. I was told what a South Side tattoo looks like, Sir Warden.
South face.
So yeah,
South face, yeah. And I need you to understand. I know what's on your arm. You moving around earlier thinking you're so pompous and free showed me what's on your arm.
What are you implying, Mister Magtaloo?
I don't think I need to imply anything. If you were a real man, because you wanted to talk man to man with me, lift up your arm. Lift up your sleeve. Just do it.
And what are you gonna do if I do that, Mister Magtaloo?
Who knows? I'm a lawyer. That's the fun part. I'm the one who knows the laws here.
I'm just here to make a deal or have a discussion, but sure, I'll play
Deal.
your game.
Okay.
He pulls back his sleeve and and it shows like a I don't know how to describe the tattoo, but basically it's a South Side tattoo. I'm trying to think of it. Part of me wants to say it's like a dragon or something. I don't have it off the top of my head, but oh,
Based off this,
it's
wasn't
like
it?
mountainous and stuff. So something like symbolizing the mountains and stuff.
Okay.
And
Now I would like to cast command.
yeah, okay. What are you trying to command?
Still.
Still,
Or
okay.
stop. Or just stop. Like stop moving.
Okay, he stops moving for like a minute or something. I don't know while you're like interrogating him. I don't know how long it
Let
lasts.
me. It lasts quite a while, if I'm not mistaken. They
I
just
thought
kind
it
of
was
have
like
to, as
for a
long as
turn.
I think, yeah, it's one.
D&D
It's
command.
casting time, one action, duration, one round.
Oh yeah, so about 6 seconds.
Okay, God, I'm trying to think of how I can abuse this. Because realistically, okay, do you think anyone in the
There's
jury?
honestly a lot you could fucking do with this right now. Like you have
I'm
a really
trying
good
to think.
setup.
I know. I want to say that the jury on the other side were like against the door listening, and with me saying stop, they come through and see.
Not necessarily. I do
That's
have
the
an
thing. I
idea
know
on what you could do. And I know it's kind of batshit insane, but I don't know if Torden knows what I'm thinking. But I'm hoping Torden has an idea on what I'm
I
thinking.
kind of just want to cut off this fucker's arm.
That's what I was
Yeah, I
thinking.
was just
It's
thinking
because
power
Torden
word come, but
is.
you know, I guess that works.
I mean, Torden's got lightning bolts and stuff. He could easily get a quick spell off and just kill the warden right there. He has the tattoo and everything, and just freaking kill the courtroom, and then try to go bring it to the military.
It'll just be a bitch to get out of. That's like 50 more words I have to say to get him out of that.
Or you could talk to him and listen to what he might say, depending on if
Okay.
you wanna help Hakim's Island, or if you want to maybe see what South Face has to offer.
I want to help Akeem.
All right,
Okay.
all right.
I'm listening to what the warden has to say.
Well, you see, I'm letting your command just like kind of like chill for a minute before you like fully cast it while he's talking. So,
Okay.
I mean, we can make each other a lot of money. Okay, you seem like a very intelligent and wise man, and you know, I'm sorry genuinely that I hurt your companions, because you're a smart man. Okay, your companions I may not really have much regard for, but clearly they matter to you. And that's why I'm sorry. And if I could do something to help you, maybe you could help me out of your little fucking mess that you're causing for my prison. How about we just get rid of your issues? I'm perfectly fine throwing that bitch under the bus. Okay, she was a bitch to work with. Okay. I'm not talking about the Martha Burger. That Akira bitch. Okay, she's been sending money to Southside for a long time, South Face for a long time. Okay, she got that money, she got them drugs, she got a lot of stuff for us done. Okay, I'm just trying to make some money up here. I don't really give a fuck about the war. I don't give a fuck about the Civil War. I don't care that South Face and Northside are fighting. Okay, all I want is my money. And my money comes from me keeping Northside motherfuckers in line and South Face motherfuckers out of trouble in my prisons. Okay? That's all I'm trying to do. Okay? I don't care that your little compatriots wanted to get out of being in framed or whatever. I'm not stupid, you're not stupid. I ain't gonna lie to you. And he's not even lying, he's not even trying to lie, he's just telling you. So, we got some options here. I can either let you go, and you let me go, and we drop this little fussy case of yours. You could work with me, and I could try to reason with you and your party and get you on as privateers for Southface. I don't know how your captain, Mr. McKeem, would feel, but I could find a way that he might help on the payroll. Or I could bring in every single guard in here and say that you're trying to assault me and murder my people. So we could either work together, you could try to fight me and get murdered, or we could just go our separate ways and I don't stick my nose in your freaking business and you don't get in my fucking business. How does that sound, Mr. Lawyer?
Yeah, I'm gonna keep it a $1.50 with you guys. Can I do some savage level shit?
Yeah,
I'm
because
asking.
this dude's
You're
being
I'm
a
asking
pop
the
as
right.
group.
fuck.
I was gonna like pull some fucking bullshit if you guys are all right with that. I don't want to side with this fuck.
He's just being a
I
pompous
would like
asshole.
to
He thinks
tell
he gives
you.
a shit. Oh yeah, sorry, go on.
I would like to tell you, with half the bullshit I pull off, do it.
Alright,
All
go
right.
for it.
Clearly, from my shopping spree adventures, I pull into my pocket a cigar. I put it up to the mouthpiece on my metal armor. I light it with my smite magic.
Yeah.
I take a fat rip and I just let it out. And I say, Those words meant as much to me as your breath is to you. Now let me ask you, Warden, am I here to get fucking used by you, or am I here to be a goddamn lawyer? As I proceed to put the cigar and rub it into the table, looking directly at him the whole time.
I mean,
Like, no blinking, just death
Just
staring him right in the
staring this
face.
man fucking down. You know what? I want to do a fucking intimidation check.
go for it.
My intimidation is high as fuck. I'm pretty confident in that. Hold up. I'm gonna pull some bullshit. Intimidation plus fucking dude, Jesus Christ. 20.
It's not gonna like make him scared of you, but he's definitely more hesitant and wary of you.
Gotcha.
He doesn't want to like fuck with you specifically anymore. He just kind of wants to make the situation go away the easiest way possible. He's
Okay.
more annoyed that he's having to deal with this shit right now.
Well, that's crazy.
That's crazy, not my problem. You're the one who
Literally.
fucked with my clients.
Yeah, like I wouldn't even be as pissed off if they didn't beat the shit out of my boy.
The warden didn't send the people, but the South Face gang did go do it
Yeah,
just because
but
it's
he's
just
a
their
part of the
standard.
gang.
Yeah,
Commander goes down with the ship.
yeah.
Anyway, continue, Raven. I'm guessing you want to say
Well,
something.
I don't know. He's like, well, we're at a little bit of an impasse here then. If we don't really figure out a way to leave with what we both want. See, I don't want to have to bring my jury back in and get yelled at and have my place audited and have the military getting involved with the fact that we have a lot of South Face individuals running free in my prison. That's a hassle for me, especially if they start looking at my tattoos. And I know your party wants to get off scot-free and leave. Because, I mean, let's be real, you were being framed. We both know that. We're not stupid. So how do you want to do this, Mr. Magtaloo?
All right, I'm gonna ask the party, like out of character, how they feel about this. Because if they want to get off scot free, I'm fine with it. But honestly, I kind of want to bring this fuck down.
It's up to you because there's different ways this could go, and
That's
even if
why
you
I'm
get off
asking.
scot free,
I want to know how they feel.
yeah.
So me
Perseverance
personally,
of
Let's do a
justice.
little bit of chaos.
This fuck needs to go down. This fuck
All
needs to go
right,
down.
all right.
So we got one. This fuck needs to go down. I don't know what Alvear said, and what did you say, Lysmith?
I
for
vote
me,
for Bonk.
For bonk, two bonk.
I was gonna say completely up to you. I'm leaning more towards take this guy down for one reason only. We have mostly been on the side of justice. Let's continue on
Alright.
with the theme.
All right.
But also I tend to make a lot of executive decisions, so I will leave this in your hands.
All right. So, you know, I look at
Instead of
him.
Hakim, we are just like a random
y'all
chaos.
are doing what Hakeem would want, of course. I was honestly thinking you guys might be a little bit more shady, and then Hakeem comes back to you guys, having ties to South Face, and he's like, "What in the fuck happened?" And you're like, "Well, we befriended a gang leader. He's not as bad. He just abuses his prisoners. We can work this out. We'll get some better treatment for him, and then whatever. But if you want to whack him, dude, whack him. I have no fucking problem. Just go."
My thing is I would have been fine with all of this shit except he fucked with my boy. I can't let that slide.
I
As
mean,
his lawyer,
y'all
I ain't letting
could
that shit slide.
y'all could negotiate for reparations for your boy.
Fuck that. I want blood.
I mean,
Not literal blood. I want him
oh
I
no
want
no
this
no no no, you
motherfucker to
want
regret being
blood? You
born.
want blood? Tell me you want blood.
No.
I mean, bro, if you want blood, he will literally bring out all the 5 prisoners and let you execute them in front of him. That murdered that hurt your boy. He would let you
Nah.
murder them right in front of him.
Nah. No.
Damn.
I want the jury to come back in. I want this motherfucker to feel pain. See, you could do that, and you could do the brutal approach to it. I want to tacticiously destroy this man's entire operation from under him. I want that thin carpet under his feet, above the hole he was standing under, to just get yanked.
You want to destroy his entire life.
Also, while
I-
before we pull in the jury, I look at the judge. I look back at him, and I'm guessing the judge was in on it.
Yeah, the judge was in on it. Fabio was in on
I
it,
I
and
just look at him and I say, for a man of higher status, you're very disappointing, sir. I'm surprised. Like, I'm honestly shocked that you would work with this.
I mean, you gotta make money. You gotta spend money to make money.
I look at him and just do the tisk tisk tisk, and then just fucking how the grade have fallen, and then I just basically say like, hey, get the jury in here 'cause it's been long enough.
So the jury starts kind of coming in, and the warden and the rest of them do not look very happy right now. But a couple of the jury members look to be a little bit more bought out.
That's fine.
Yeah.
How many are we talking?
3 more.
Okay.
5 plus 3.
Yeah, I know. Knowing that the zone of truth is still active, not for long probably, but it's still active.
You'd have to probably recast it.
All right, bet I'll recast.
Okay.
Want me to roll it again?
Yes, please. The stealth or whatever.
Okay. Fucking right, it was a stealth check. Fuck. 15.
Okay, I'll let it slide.
Fucking go. I will take a screenshot of this so you know
No,
it's
dude,
not
you don't have
bullshit.
to. You don't have to, dude.
Okay, yeah, I'm genuinely not bullshitting these high rolls. I'm just getting fucking lucky.
Yeah.
Yeah. So now that the
No,
zone of
the
truth is
only
back up-
reason why we think it's bullshit if those were my rolls, people would be calling bullshit.
Yeah.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
If Lightsmith gets anything over a 10, I make him send it to me. No, I'm kidding.
It's
No,
you might as well, with especially my luck.
Yeah.
But no, man, you are good.
Yeah. So basically, with the zone of truth back up, I look at the jury, knowing that more of them are bought up because they kind of have the same gaze as the other jurymen that were bought out in the beginning. I look at the ones that weren't bought up, and I say, jury of my peers, as I have new things, like new updates about this case. Both of us kind of reach a standstill. And what I mean by that is I look at the warden, and I say, warden, in the beginning of our discussion when the jury left, what happened?
I tried to talk to you man to man and was very respectful to you. Very specifically to you.
Okay. Now, my question to you, what exactly happened when we talked man to man with specifically what you were wearing on the top half of your body?
I was waving my hand around while I was talking.
Sir, might I remind you, you are under oath. Now, I
That's
will ask.
true.
I God fucking damn it, Raven.
Bro, I'm
I
a
will-
sly motherfucker. I know how to make sure I don't lie.
I will fucking kill you. I basically, okay, you know what? Fuck this shit.
Yeah.
Who has lightning bolt? I want this motherfucker's arms zapped off.
You want to kill him in front of the jury? Oh my god.
I don't want to kill him. I'm just tired of trying to. It's 12 o'clock at night, Raven. God damn it. All right, fine. My ass is gonna look up a fucking law.
Oh my god.
Fuck this shit.
Probably use a sleight of hand and pull up his sleeve to show the
Please.
tattoo.
Like I wish Dawn was here so they could just use their goddamn demonic bullshit to do the shit.
I mean,
God.
Alfier has Mage Hand.
Just
like
use
a
Mage
shoddy
Hand and pull up
version.
his sleeve. Please. God, if this doesn't work, I might
All
just
right,
jump off the bridge.
since he's muted, I'm just gonna say he does it. One of y'all use Mage Hand and just kind of pull up his sleeve, and it shows like the South Face tattoo on his arm. And fun fact, a lot of the jury lose a lot of their family members in war.
Yeah. The ones who were bought out didn't know he was part of South Face, right?
I'd say half of them knew. So
Okay.
about what? So I said 5 plus 3 was 8. So minus 4. 4 of them are still on the jury bot out. Basically, do you guys just want to wrap up the session quickly? Because it's getting really late.
Yeah.
Okay. So
Yes, please. I was about to send you a
We'll
message to
pick
be
this
like, I
up
need to fall
tomorrow.
asleep here.
yeah, basically.
We'll pick this back up next week.
Well, I mean, I was just gonna finish it up real quick because the court session's basically done. The dude's fucked. They will remember,
Okay.
but basically what happens is after that gets revealed, the judge really doesn't have much he can say beyond guilty towards the warden for the mistreatment and stuff, and you guys are put on bail. As a lot of the stuff was kangaroo courted, the evidence, so there's gonna have to be a retrial eventually. And the jury says that you guys appear to be innocent in most of this stuff, but due to the fact there's a retrial, unfortunately, you guys will have to go to a court again. But ideally, it's going to be at the world government headquarters. You
Is there
guys are
one
gonna,
last thing I can do?
yeah, sure.
As I'm leaving this court case room and we're outside on the street, kind of walking away from people, I see Martha Burgers walking away. I distort my voice kind of to sound a little more demonic and not as common folk speak, and I say, "Fuck you, you tin can sucking whore," as I run away in the other way. Like that's just in the epilogue.
She just starts screaming and crying. Oh my god, it's gonna hit me! Oh my god!
I'm so happy.
She starts crying. Hold on. Hold on. That's what she starts screaming as
my
she's
God.
like hiding because
The tin cans are gonna attack me. Help!
yeah.
Acting like a Karen.
Yeah, no, that's the funny thing is she can't say that because half the island's black. So it's like she's like, oh my
Okay.
god, yeah,
Yeah. All right.
that's why it's a play on words.
Well,
Anyway,
I did it. I did the impossible. As I lay outside on the ground, just fried, I fall asleep.
yeah, you'll just see Swain just like eating popcorn. He's like, "How's the court case?" as y'all just start heading back to the ship, just trying to get your shit together, and just kind of wait for McKeem to get out of the MP prison and figure out what's going on with him. And I'll just say Despera like talked to some of the nobles and got some information out, and is also on the boat.
All right. Good night.
All right.
I'm so dead.
Anyways,
Yeah.
see you next week.
See you next
It
week.
was fun, and then it wasn't, and then it was fun again, and then it
Yeah.
wasn't.